disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I been keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
A good person in a whole United Party that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were thinking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Three of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Garguah administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Garguah administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Garguah administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Boy and Water with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Garguah can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Garguah presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Garguah is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
There's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital Rosemont, Small B Road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boaga. Boaga still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boaga president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boaga, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boaga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is the closing argument. Today is Thursday. I am Jerome Gayman, your host. We have a special guest today. And we also have a special guest tomorrow, Dr. Red, the famous journalist, former journalist from the Republic of Liberia, graduate of the University of Wisconsin, Madison. We'll be here tomorrow to discuss a lot of other stuff. We'll be talking literature. We're going to be talking religion. We're going to be talking music. We're going to be talking film. And we're going to be talking about his life in Liberia during the war. But today we have a special guest. Her name is Julia Mapu Donkey Cassell, former government official of the Republic of Liberia, former confidant, still confidant of Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former president of the Republic of Liberia. She served as superintendent for Grand Bassa County. And subsequent to that, she served as gender minister for the Republic of Liberia. So she's going to be here. We'll be talking about, we're going to be talking politics. We're going to be talking public policy. We're going to be talking family. You name it, we're going to be talking about it. And one key thing that I want to know from her, we are going to be comparing, not in a negative sense, but we're going to be looking at the Unity Party of old. We are talking about a Unity Party beginning to, was it 2005 to 2017. And then we're going to catapult ourselves to 2023, the Unity Party from 2024 to now, 3 years in. What are the similarities and the differences? We're going to be looking at some of those things. And as usual, we're going to open our line and you're going to tell us what are some of the differences that you have noticed or you have seen in the Unity Party of 2025, 2026, 2024 to 2005. So come closer and listen keenly. No emotions here. Let's see where we have been, where we are. Maybe we can learn something that may help us in the near future. Honorable Julia Duncan Cassell is going to be here at 6 p.m. in the next 45 minutes. She will be tuning in from her home in Las Vegas. So yes, get ready for us to tango. But before I go any further, I want to pay tribute. Today is Unification Day in the Republic of Liberia. We will be looking at the history of unification. Are we united? How far have we gone and how far we have come and how far we have to go? Somebody just texted me here and say, your wife dresses you well. Amen. I mean, not to discredit my wife. Obviously, before I leave the house, you know, she has to look at me, make sure that I represent her well. But I do my own thing. Guys, yes. Sometimes my wife go to Joseph A. Bank, buy me nice stuff. But I do also do my own thing. So don't come telling me here, my wife dresses me well. Whoever is this, I got to double check. It got to be a woman. I'm not taking anything away from you guys. But yes, thank you. You think my wife dresses me well. Thank you very much. I'm sure she's listening and she's smiling. She will send you some small thing in the mail. But today is the 14th of May. Uh-oh. So I talk about my wife. Someone say my wife dresses me well. Boom, another lady shows up. Fata, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. Yeah, she does very well. A big shout out to her.
Oh, Lord. She's watching. I know, like I said, she will say small thing. But find out today is Unification Day in Liberia for those who have come a long way. It says the 14th of every May is Unification Day in the Republic of Liberia. The holiday is also sometimes referred to as Integration Day. The purpose of the holiday was to seek improved relations between the descendants of former slaves who were now free men and women who colonized Liberia and the original native population. In 1822, Liberia became a U.S. colony or colonial possession in Africa, obtained for the purpose of allowing liberated Black slaves to return, if they wished, to the continents of their ancestors. As soon as 1847, Liberia became an independent nation. The American Liberians, however, became an elite ruling class that practiced segregation against the native Liberians. Finally, Liberian President William Tubman ended the segregation and granted voting rights to all Liberians in 1944. This was a policy to bring national unity and integration. National Unification Day was declared a public holiday in Liberia in 1960. The historic change brought about by President Tubman has been very, very well received as a public holiday by President William Tubman. With the approval of the legislative enactment, it was a day set aside not for mere celebration, but for deep reflection, honest reckoning, and a collective commitment to the ideals of unity, reconciliation, and national progress. Then the question arises, has Liberia as a country and Liberian as people being able to genuinely reconcile and unite as one people and one country void of ethnic divisions and hate? On a general note, we as Liberians say no. Judging from series of catastrophic events that tinted the image of a nation founded on Christian principles. As Liberians celebrate this day, this is a milestone. They must confront the difficult questions. What is holiday or holding Liberians back from genuinely and truly unifying as President Tubman had envisaged when he proclaimed National Unity Day, Unification Day, as a public holiday for all? Why can't Liberians attribute two other reasons they have never truly unified as one people and a country? Can it be politics, ethnicity, religion, segregation, mistrust, greed, among others? Can we also say that Liberians have allowed old wounds to haunt them for new divisions to take roots and threaten the unification that President Tubman has envisioned? Fanta, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. This is a great day. It's a holiday. And the author here is asking us not only to celebrate, but to reflect on our past, our present, and hopefully we can build upon the old mat to start a new one for the future. Your take on this article?
I think we have a great opportunity to be very intentional about unifying our people, unifying Liberians from all walks of life. Look, I think it is in the human nature to have segregation. When you have resources, you have wealth, there always a practice, sometimes an unbalanced practice of greed and hoarding and consumption and acquisition to want to maintain whatever influence, power that those individuals have justified, not understanding the acquisitions, the endless acquisition, the insatiable acquisition of what should be wealth that belongs to an entire nation being hoarded by a few further drives the divide. It deepens segregation. It expands discrimination, prejudice on levels that are frankly very problematic. And it leads to a point where you have a society that consists of the haves and the have-nots. I know this is not unfamiliar. The question becomes, how do we admonish this divide, the root causes of the divide, and ensure that wealth distribution actually happens amongst us? How do we move away from a system that has a few gatekeepers, where a few gatekeepers hoard the wealth, and the rest of the public are left to scramble? How do we ensure that every Liberian are prioritized in the policies that we draft? How do we ensure that even in the executions of those policies that we remove the selectivism where a certain group of people experience, for example, certain levels of justice and others cannot even fathom what justice looks like? So there are a lot of root causes to why we are where we are today, for how divided we are today. And I think it's really important on such a day as Unification Day that rather than celebrating whatever accomplishments we think we have made, I think it's much more beneficial to do to really be intentional about addressing the root causes. Right? You have a nation where nearly 80-90% of the population are unemployed or find themselves in informal employment, right? What do you expect a nation of 80% youth who are not being utilized in the rehabilitation, in the further progression of their country to react? How do you expect them to not just to feel, but how do you expect them to carry on? How do you expect those who are in the rural areas and have their roads cut off, unable to reach critical services, to feel or get a sense of satisfaction that their nation is actually working for them? So there are a lot of issues that we really need to address, and address honestly, and not try to browse over them, because we have been doing this for way too long and it's not working. It's about time we become truthful, brutally honest with ourselves, look ourselves in the mirror, and start to really make some integral changes that will be beneficial for the masses and not just a select few. So I know that was a lot, but we need to move past the facade. We need to move past the surface, and we really need to get to the root cause. And look, just do that root cause analysis. right? Let's understand why we are where we are, and then really start to do the necessary work instead of just hosting parties here and there for the sake of it, pretending that we're something that we're not. It does not benefit us.
Thank you very much. While we are at this, we have a video that we're going to be playing. It's a short video. I want, if Myean has time, I have to cue that, let him play so we can see. I'm saying this to say, I think Fanta have made a great point. This is not a time to cry, to place blame, because there's enough blame to go around. It's time for us to reflect. And one of the things I wanted us to do this morning, it was Tomalin George that flagged this video. This video is from Riverside County. It is so comical. For those of you or those of us, many of us that have always cried that the power belongs to the people because that's what the Constitution says. And the people use that power to elect some of you. We blame everything on the Cardinal people or on the rich people or on the elites, and rightfully so. You know, most of what we are seeing here are seeds that were planted deliberately to under-educate or miseducate a group of people or a generation of people. And this is what you get. The unintended consequences of some of the bad decisions we made in the past and we continue to make. Myean, if you have time, let's play that video. He will play it. I think he got to cue it. But for a lawmaker who is making $200,000-$300,000 a year, that came from the bottom of the pit of poverty to now become a lawmaker where the folks blessed you. And I'm going to play it here and then later on he's going to play it. But I want you to look at this video. This is a lawmaker dedicating a lawn. What is that? It's not even a lawnmower.
Yeah, it's a lawnmower.
It is a mini, not because you know we are in Florida when you say lawnmower.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. This is just a grade over what we used to call chapia. You know, because this thing is so small. And this man had the audacity to call a news conference, to call the people in the town from far and near to come and see what he has done for them. And they are standing around clapping. Yay! This is what we are talking about.
Yeah.
So Unification Day is not the day, like Fanta said, it's time for us to sit and reflect. I like somebody to say, well, why are we like this? So we're not talking dictionary talk now. We're talking about what the average person would say now. What's wrong with us? Why are we like this?
Yeah.
A man that were a cutting palm tree here a few days ago, and we decided we would select one of our own because he understands our plight, and you send him to the house where he's making tons of money. And he comes back to Riverside and called a news conference.
Yeah.
This is what he has done to their own people.
You know, Mr. Gayman, I think it was Fela Kuti who said, "Teacher, don't teach me nonsense," right? And that rings so true in the understanding of how how the minds of our people work, especially those who have been educated, right? Especially those who've had the opportunities to sit in schools. Whenever you borrow something, whenever you borrow something from somewhere that is not yours, whenever you borrow something or you're so latch or you latch onto something that was meant to deprive you of the basic human right of having a sensible thought process, whenever you buy into that and try to adopt it as your own, not understanding that those theories have been conditioned to keep you deprived from accessing certain levels of intellect. Let's forget about like the village people who have not sat a day in the classrooms. What is even wild is those who have sat in the classroom from those villages still behave as if to say they're mentally deranged.
Yeah, let me play this video.
Yeah.
Please give us a volume.
Yes, so you got the machine.
Well, Myean, that's enough. Myean, please, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Our people are being our people are being taught nonsense. Teacher, don't teach me nonsense until we can completely overhaul our education systems to ensure that we're actually deriving curriculum that can increase the intellect of our people in a way that benefits them and not take from a borrowed system that was meant to keep them deprived. Mr. Gayman, it doesn't matter if that person has a PhD. They're still going to act like everything that glitter is gold. In this day and age, the day and age of information, this digital era where it takes like 2 seconds, everybody is on the internet. Everyone is on Facebook. Everyone that has a smartphone is on Facebook. Even in the whole of the whole in the villages. They've seen lawnmowers before, but you know what? Why this particular situation is so important is because these people who the people have entrusted to represent them are engaged in the willful abuse of their people. They intentionally think that people are stupid. And they would be so wide-eyed with everything that as long as they say, oh, it comes from America. Oh, y'all not see that one before? Instead of really investing in their communities, they intentionally engage in manipulative tendencies to keep the people distracted. You've been a lawmaker for I don't know like how long. What is a long mow to a community that is not structured, is not infrastructurally laid out for the utilization of lawnmowers?
Well, Fanta, he could also counter, I am the first lawmaker to introduce lawnmower. I'm in the history books. I am the first lawmaker to bring lawnmower to Riverside County. Riverside County that's supposed to be, even though it's backward, it's behind the other counties, but it has produced some of the most educated people in the country, when you say Grand Bassa County, almost, I would say 60% of the PhD from Grand Bassa County come from Riverside.
So, like, what are they saying about this foolery? Because that's what they say.
This is what, when Madam Ellie Johnson Sally went to visit Riverside on one of her trips, she turned to Dr. Gabriel McIntosh, another gentleman from Riverside that have been in government forever, have held almost every position. Said, Dr. McIntosh, you've got to do something. There's nowhere for me to sleep. There's nowhere for the guests. There's no guest house. We had to go sleep at Pillar of Fire, the church. The president's entourage had to sleep in their cars. That's how backward Riverside is. And to add insult to this particular injury, you have a lawmaker introduced in 2026, small, not even a law, not even a regular, that's a mini lawnmower. And he has the audacity to call the people from the towns to come and see. We know someone say when you actually do the aggregate, the amount of money these people make, you are talking about $200,000 to $300,000 annually. That's how much they actually make. You and I live in these United States. You and I do not know too many folks that make $300,000 annually. So here you are, a man from Riverside with a small lawnmower who have never earned a dime other than maybe cutting trees. Gets a job, he went from $0 annually to $300,000. By the time his 6 years is over, he is a millionaire. And then they will sit there and say, you know, the people that were here, they did us wrong. And they brought their elitist ideas and they blame everything. Now that they have given you the authority, the power to change the life of your people, you are worse than the slave masters that you replaced. So here we are. This man had the audacity. You see how big he is? He's bigger than everybody there because he's been eating all their food and their money. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are tuning in. Thank you very much for tuning in. Today is Unification Day, and we just had to bring a little bit of history. I see Alfonso Tule. Alfonso Tule is saying, great guy. He just loved the fire on this show. It's going to be fiery. Emmanuel Bro, good evening. Closing argument, political talk show panelist, Mrs. Jerome Gayman, and my fellow viewers. As always, I am watching from Minneapolis, Minnesota, USA. The great state of Minnesota. You got a great basketball team there, Minnesota Timberwolves. Be proud of those young men. They are very, very good. Before we go forward, let me read quick a press release that was sent to us. Say for immediate release, May 14, 2026, the Association or Council of International Criminal Courts and Tribunals congratulated the Liberian judiciary for promptly clarifying its position and distancing itself from the allegations circulating in certain quarters that it had ordered a probe into the alleged jury tampering in a $6.2 million case involving former Finance Minister Samuel D. Tuer and others. The organization says that these allegations are grave and troubling and seek to circumvent established trial processes and procedures through which the Supreme Court may properly assume jurisdiction and tend to create a false impression about the office of the Chief Justice unduly meddling and intervening in a matter that duly brought before the full bench. The clarification comes at a critical time when there is mixed public reaction to the not guilty verdict of Mr. Pewee and others, and the convictions of Jefferson Kehleboe and Mr. Nyenwolo in the same case, it is deeply concerned because these allegations are being spread under the guise of a news report attributed to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, claiming that the ministry is launching an investigation into the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission's investigation, the trial proceedings, and alleged conduct of the jury that led to the acquittal of former Finance Minister Pewee. Fanta, it looks like something is going on. There's too much smoke here. The government made no issue to hide the disdain and the disappointment about this case, and they would do anything to reverse it. They made that clear. So when this letter came out, it was quite believable because, like someone said on the show, Councillor Johnson was on here. He said the reason why the court bar and discourage the state from appealing is like in a soccer game, the home team loses and the referee from the home team refuses to blow the final whistle, and they just keep playing and playing and playing until they can win. That's what this is all about. So the government found out that the reaction from the public, the people power, was so powerful they had to backpedal. And now they are saying, we didn't do it, somebody did it, and that person is not us. This potato is so hot, nobody want to touch it. Everybody said, no, it wasn't me, but who is it? You think with all the power that the justice minister has, by now, there should have been a probe. And it's easy. Whoever posted it, you can trace it back to them. But this thing is not going away, Fanta.
Yeah, they definitely have a hot potato on their hands, and like always, which is why I asked the question yesterday to someone who has worked in the courts, someone who is a counselor in the system, to rate our judicial system, because and when he gave it a 65%, it was very interesting. And then asking him to expand on that when he couldn't quite do that, and allotted to saying, every system has room for improvement. No, there is something that is really, really concerning about the way we engage in judicial matter in Liberia. It is the justice in Liberia is very selective. And often the executive gets what the executive wants. They see no boundary and will not and will do anything to interfere, to disrupt if it does not meet their objective. I mean, we have seen that in practice time and time again. I don't need to go over the cases. So, like always, I think they thought circling back to make sure they got their main fish on the hook happened by any way, means, shape, and form was going to be just another walk in the park. Unfortunately for them, the public is waking up and paying attention, and there has been a lot of backlash to that approach of wanting to retry this or escalate this to the Supreme Court. Look, double jeopardy exists for a reason. You cannot find someone guilty when the court has already ruled that person is not. And that's why I also asked him, where did you think the prosecution failed in prosecuting this case? Right? And look, at the end of the day, this is how I look at it. When two elephants fight, the grass suffers. In this case, whether we want to justify the 6 point something million and probably more was taken for emergency purposes or what have you, the manner in which it happened, was just very flawed. And if indeed it was actual theft, Liberia suffers, because that 6.2 million could have gone to a really needed community, to improve their schools, to improve the hospitals in those regions. I mean, we're seeing the deplorable photos and videos of the Phoebes of the world, even the JFKs, even the redemptions. The fact that our leaders or people appointed and elected to offices can consider the country's resources as their personal bank account to take from it wherever they want to, and then try to justify it. And then the prosecution team that's supposed to be prosecuting them cannot even do a decent job of prosecution. The whole thing is just stinks. It's rotten. For me, I'm not taking any sides here. I'm always on the side of Liberia, and it's very unfortunate because there's so much waste. There's so much theft going on in every single government, in every single administration. They steal, they lie all the time and deprive the Liberian people of their resources. So whether the prosecution team failed, whether this guy got away with robbery, my heart is just broken for Liberia. That's what I would say, like, about this situation. At the end of the day, it's just despicable that nobody, no matter what they say, cannot have the decency, cannot have the will in their heart to just be nationalistic for once.
Yeah. Well, the article that brought this whole hellfire was written on the 11th by our own guest here yesterday, Mr. Councillor Myean. The title of his article was "It's Not Over Yet." Analysts say Supreme Court could revisit Tue's acquittal and maybe put him in jail. That's what it was. And it was embarrassing yesterday that another competent lawyer came out and told him that what you were talking make no sense. It has no anchor in law. And it went back all the way to 1862, and he had no rebuttal. Because this is what he did yesterday. He wanted me to read Article 21. We said the right of an appeal from a judgment, decree, decision, or ruling of any court of administrative board of agency, except the Supreme Court, shall be held invaluable. He used that as his reliance. Then Councillor Johnson came and said, you are misleading, because we know in law, you cannot just pick sentences that suit your case. You have to do it in consultation. And then he said, but let me send you back to Article 20. And 20 said, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, security of the person, property, privilege, or any other right except as the outcome of a hearing, judgment consistent with the provision laid down in the Constitution and in accordance with due process of law. Justice shall be done without sale, denial, or delay, and in all cases not arising from the court not of record on a court material. And upon impeachment, the party shall have the right to a fair trial by jury. Then you go to 21A. This is what he was saying. If you come on these shows and you are trying to send or make a claim, because the folks on the shows are not lawyers. Then he said, you are misleading the folks because you know right from wrong and you chose to do the wrong thing. He says, and two, sir, you should have had a disclaimer that you were an officer or PRO of the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
Any person, sensible person, a reasonable mind will deduce that you are here to protect your client, which is the Supreme Court. These disclaimers were not made from the beginning, only to be found out that if Councillor Johnson have not come on this platform to set the record straight, many people who have left this show believing that if you are found guilty, the Supreme Court can retry you until you are found guilty. If you are found not guilty, the Supreme Court can revisit until you are finally found guilty.
Yeah.
That is erroneous. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. Within the next 10 minutes or so, our guest, Honorable Julia Duncan Cassell, is going to be here. We're going to be talking many things, including the Unity Party of all from 2005 to 2016. And then the new Unity Party, is there a difference or are there differences? We'll be talking about public policy. We're going to be talking politics a little bit. But while we do that, let me go to some headlines. One that is very critical because it pertains to women. The headline says, after Sweden, Essex, Liberia girls' sexual and reproductive health and rights face an uncertain future. Women are worried. Sweden plans to close its Monrovia embassy by August 26, ending 4 years and $2.4 million project that has supported the Amplifying Rights Network, a coalition of 10 civil society organizations working on sexual and reproductive health in the Republic of Liberia. Network members say the first lawsuits are likely to be filed in rural counties, where membership, mentorship, and sexuality education programs may shrink sharply after May, reducing access in communities already facing high rates of teen pregnancy and limited access to contraception. The cut comes as the U.S. health support to Liberia has also narrowed on a new 5-year compact that civil society group does not replace law support for sexual and reproductive health and the rights of women. As the Cooper Road, Painville, at a Valentine's Day gathering earlier this year, a teenage girl stood before her peers. She described a boy in her community who had been giving her gifts and telling her she was the prettiest girl he has ever seen. She was flattered by his attention, according to one of the club leaders, and was thinking out loving him. But then she joined the club Paramount Young Women Initiative in a school-based mentoring program in about 35 high schools across Liberia. It teaches girls about menstruation, puberty, teen pregnancy, consent, coercion, and all. It also builds bodily autonomy, confidence, leadership, self-awareness. After joining it, the teenage girl saw her suitor in a new light. Find out, here we are. Innocent girl, some guys see you, bringing you flowers and telling you are so pretty, you are the best thing that ever happened, and all of these things.
Mm.
And she just thought, oh, I feel good, but he is so nice. He's treating me so nice.
Yeah.
Until she joined a club of enlightenment. Then finally she found out that there's more to this.
Yeah.
She's in school, she's doing very well. One mistake, when she gets pregnant, it's over for her.
Mm-hmm.
Once she got an education, she looked at him now different and said, thank you but no thanks. We can be friends, but we have a demarcation. Everybody has a distance. You know what to do. I know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of these things are going away. And most of the girls are worried because these are things that our government should do. We should not abrogate these things to foreigners. Can you imagine something this important for women? It is being done by the Swedish government, somebody from way somewhere else. So what is it that we are doing?
We're certainly not doing enough. And kudos to that young girl out there and all the young ladies who are finding enlightenment. Again, I mentioned earlier, we're in the age of information. You only need to reach out to the internet if you're unclear about something. It is flooded with very necessary information, sometimes useless information, but most often you can find what you're looking for. And so always question, always pay attention to your gut feeling, always question all of a sudden an overwhelming attention being received by a person, be it a young boy or an older man, or even like for the younger boys as well. Pay attention to that, because when people want something, then they're overly nice to you. It's one thing if you've known them for a very long time. Say, for example, they're a family member, what have you. They're consistently nice to you. It's another thing if all of a sudden this person approaches you, it is showering you, love bombing you. I think that's the industry term. They love bomb you. They give you endless gift, flowers, money, what have you, just to get your attention. They're after something. They're seeking something very specific from you, and it is very important to be wide-eyed and pay attention to those signs and question them. Why are you giving me like all of these things? There are all these other girls here. Why am I so special? And you will find once you start pushing back, you start asking questions, they're going to be very apprehensive. And then if you maintain that stance, they will very soon go away. This sad part, I can't even say sad, it is quite disheartening when you have, we talk about women in society, we talk about the gender ministry, we talk about community groups who are supposed to be centers of enlightenment, right? Who are supposed to be teachers and mentors for the young people growing up. That service has become non-existent. And instead, we've relied so much on that vacuum to be filled by international partners as we rely on them for everything. And it's not sustainable. Look, you're talking about you and myself, Mr. Gayman, or the Swiss people working tirelessly to pay their taxes, and then their tax dollars have to get sent to a country such as Liberia to go and solve Liberia problems, when the Liberian government and the resources under their soil should be more than enough, more than adequate to create these very important social programs and to create a society where women and girls and young people can grow up and flourish and receive enlightenment, guidance. This is what we're supposed to be doing as a society, as a nation. Instead, we always look over our shoulder or look elsewhere to someone else to fill that gap. Look, the health ministry got 110 million this year for the budget. I'm very curious to know what is the breakdown of that. What is that money going towards? And certainly it's not enough. It is not enough. But we ought to be prioritizing these social programs because they truly serve as preventative methods or mechanisms for much larger problems in the future. And that's where we should be investing, and not waiting for those girls to get pregnant, for those girls to get raped, for those boys to get raped. Then we're trying to find solutions, which is often much more costly, when we can Just partner with local community leaders or local community entities and just invest in them for those enlightenment sessions. They're so important, Mr. Gayman. Even in the schools. Even in the schools. You know, so it's very sad, as I said, disheartening, because we saw the same thing when USAID pulled out. It was a freak out. Okay, what are we going to do without USAID? And Trump was right about that. Trump was absolutely on the money with ensuring that his America First policy was in alignment with what the people wanted, with what Americans wanted. They did not want to continue to spend their money in foreign countries. You are a sovereign nation. Figure it out. Stop selling your resources for cheap and gambling your resources just to fatten your guts and your pockets.
Yep. Talking about that, another critical piece that just came across the wire: Liberia turns to Austrian firm to rescue troubled national ID system at activate flag. The national ID director said, Andrew Peters, the executive director of National Identification Register, we will get to the public. We want to reach a reasonable position, and I will be able to speak to the press. The envelope of the government, they say, is so small. The government will not be able to commit in 1 year budget over 40 million to the national identification alone. Liberia has handed the management of its national identification system to Austrian firm OSD, relying on private capital to fund an enrollment process the government says it can no longer afford. Key details of the deal remain secret, including how OSD was selected and the findings of a presidential committee report on last year failed rollout, which have not been released 5 months after the submission. Civil society group warns that concession put the biometric data of 5.3 million Liberians at risk, with no data protection law in place in Liberia to govern how foreign companies handle citizens and their personal information. The government have put their hands up and say, we can't do this. So they are giving it to a private firm to do it. The government say they cannot do it. They just don't have the capacity. They don't have the ability. They don't have the funding. So we are talking about registration. We are talking about you need the biometrics registration. You need these things to vote. These are what we call national ID cards that you need to be a Liberian citizen. The government have finally put their hands up and say, we can't do it. We ain't able. That's what they said. They said, we ain't able, my people. We ain't able. The white people can't help us. And the white people can do whatever they want with our data. We can't do it. We ain't able. That's why they are saying here. Say, Liberia has handed over management of its national identification system to Austrian firm OSD, relying on the private capital to fund an enrollment process the government says it can no longer afford. The government of Liberia says they can no longer afford to identify its citizens. So,
where are the you know, and they say Fanta Kamara, they get blah 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 blah, and frankly, I really don't care. We put people who should know better on pedestals in that country when it is required for them to meet an obligation that benefit the masses. They're often silent. You know, that lawyer was on yesterday. What's his name? Like the second one, Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. Firing, right? Going to bat for his client. I just would love to see someone like that who goes to bat for Liberia. I would love to see a lawyer with such passion, with such knowledge, who advocates on behalf of Liberia, who fights for Liberia like that. Take us out of the equation. We're not lawyers, so we may not understand the intricate details, the intricacies the tenets of the contracts. We may be unfamiliar, granted, but where are those familiar minds? Where are those familiar minds with contracting that can step up and say, this contract is a bust? We give it a big freaking no today, tomorrow, and the day after. Liberia would not sign on to have their citizens be exploited any further. Let me expand what I mean by that. For someone who is a technologist, for someone who is in the field of cybersecurity, for someone who understands data, oh God, oh, this is so, like, I am just fired up just thinking about this. How this can go so wrong, Mr. Gayman. When I tell you, look, they're talking about what, like $40 million that they need to implement this biometric system for 5.3 million, 5.6 million people. There are companies out there who will say, we'll do it for you for free, and we'll give you 200 million to put in your pockets. Do you know why that is? Because as once gold was, or think of your most expensive resource, natural resource. Think of it. What is it? Neodymium? Is it gold? Is it uranium? Is it cobalt that they used to make electric cars or nuclear bombs? Nothing. I repeat, nothing is more expensive. The most costly resource today is data. They will pay you hundreds of millions of dollars to have access to your data, especially on the scale where you're talking about access to an entire country and you're talking about biometric data. Do you know what biometric data is? It includes your DNA. It includes your DNA. Do you know that? It tells, look, it gives of everything about your biology that makes you so distinct or distinguishes you from person B, from person A from person B. It is so, oh God, this cannot be stupidity. This is greed. This is so wrong on so many levels. It's so wrong on so many levels. It is so detrimental. It is so problematic. It is so exploitative. It is so disgusting, Mr. Gayman, when I tell you how important data is, that there are trillions of dollars being invested in just data centers, data mining. Do you know what that means? To have all these quote unquote PhDs and lawyers and fast talking nonsensers not be raising their voice as high as they can, as they do with other matters that meets their personal interest. This is I am just out of words. These people are in it to destroy Liberia. The so-called smarts, the lawyers, all of them. Maybe a few, but majority of them. They are the problem. They truly are the problem. This is very problematic.
Well, it says here, nearly a year after public anger forced the government to suspend the chaotic rollout of the National Digital Identification Registration, Liberia is preparing to hire a private company to help restart the enrollment and operate the system. The system will digitize the data of Liberian population, making banking and a range of other services faster and more secure. supercharging technical innovation and bringing the country up to standard of most countries in the world. It is a part of a broader World Bank funding, governance, and digital services project called the GRIP Project on Digital Liberia's Public Services.
This is so invasive. It's so invasive.
The head of the National Registry, Andrew Peters, said the government has hired the Austrian company OSD, which will bring capital and expertise. So this is where we are.
There are Liberian experts. There are Liberian data, AI, like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biometric experts, Liberians who can do this work.
This is what I'm saying. How can this government say that we do not have the expertise to do this? So these people, Andrew said the government has hired an Austrian company which will bring capital and expertise. Expertise that we don't have. How is that possible? What happened to all these educated Liberians? Everywhere you turn, they are talking about cybersecurity. In fact, Liberia has schools now that universities that are teaching cybersecurity. And you are bringing somebody from Austria to come in and bring in the expertise. I guess if it doesn't come from a white person, that is not good enough.
Not good enough.
So
we hate ourselves like so much.
That's correct.
Oh man.
So if the government said we do not have the capital, but we have the expertise, so it is the job of the government to go out there to find the capital to merge, to mesh.
But what's the capital? Like 40 million, right?
Yeah, 40 million, which is nothing, because if the 3 people or 5 people in the top government, their annual budget is 11 million. We're talking about just few guys, 11 million for few guys.
Exactly.
Okay. And then we're spending another about 10, 15 million on compound in FOIA. We are traveling every day with 25, 50 delegations living at 5-star hotels. We are flying private jets. And then you said that, you say, you know what? Magufuli said, listen, I'm going to ground foreign travel for a whole year or 2. And the money saved will go to prioritize priority areas that we have prioritized at 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
We are going to bring in our experts, locally made, if we want them to be groomed and supervised and mentored by somebody else. Yes, we're bringing these companies, but these companies will have to use our experts, our students, our people. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have with us here Victor Nagbe. Victor Nagbe, welcome.
I brought her on. I told you got to come on. We're waiting for you.
I see. Both of y'all keep at the same time. I wanted to, you're going to be for the Niji people. You're for the Southeast, the Kwa people. You're for all kind of magic. Welcome, Victor.
Miss Cassell, welcome us in Fanta. How are you, Jerome? What's up?
Welcome.
JD, if you could just landscape your phone, if we can do that, that would be nice. No, not quite yet. We don't want you landscape. We want the phone. So if it works, the phone won't do it.
Very funny, Jerome.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome. For disclaimer, she's like a sister to me. We go all the way back to high school. She was my high school student council president. She made me cut grass in Bassa High School. You know,
the lawnmower.
Yeah. No lawnmower. We don't say what chapia. You gotta use the chapia. And every time you keep the class late. We 7 o'clock, 7:30 in the morning, we do devotion and we do the pledge and we do the saluting of the flag and all that. You have to be in the gate by 7 o'clock. At 7 a.m. the gate closes. Everybody else that come, you are late. And the Basa High School have the old tradition that the seniors will decide what happens to you.
Do the landscape with their phone. To change the landscape.
Yeah, so what they would do, Victor, the seniors.
I don't know what you did.
Mr. Kasaya, welcome. How you doing there, Chief?
There's a button up there. You gotta actually activate to let it.
Yeah,
I know. I'm trying to.
There's a button up there.
Okay.
So what they would do is the senior now, Basa High School. Everybody wants to be senior. You work your way to it because when you become junior, right, the day you are promoted to be senior, you will be given your cuff links, long sleeve shirts, your tie, your briefcase. So now you are official a senior. So every child wanted to be a senior at Basa High School. And not only that, but you are now the gatekeepers. So when you guys come late, like us when we come late, one of the seniors will come and tell you, all those that came late, you will line up. And they will tell you, like me, they will tell you, you will pick up trash from around the campus for the first hour. And if you were at a sophomore or junior, you had a girlfriend that a senior liked, they would make you pick up trash while in full view of her.
Yeah.
So they would say, okay, Jerome Gayman, yeah, okay, so you are, okay, I know who you are. Go to 7A and pick up all the trash on the 7A. You will be out there. So in our hot sun, you know, in Liberia, the sun is just coming up.
Yeah.
And the senior, we standing around and doing his hand like this and say, hey, you missed this one.
You missed that one.
So everybody said, God help me, I want to be a senior someday. The day I become senior, I will be worse. So JD became I think she was the first female president of the high school. The first female president, she beat a gentleman that was well known. So we go all the way back. You know, Basa High School was founded 1904. So the school is very, very old. It was the original all boys academy that was to train diplomats. So you see, when you find that, say, Arthur Grant School of Law and the Social Science Department were all Basa people, that's where that came from. All the lawyers were Basa people. Almost all. So that's what it is. So yes, we go a long way. So we all got into politics at the same time.
Yeah.
And we all went on, continuing, as we are doing today. And then at one time she called me, it was 2004. She said, Jerome, we want you on our team. I said, what team you on? She said, I'm on Ellie's team. I said, well, I'm on Weir's team. She flew down to Florida. And I said, I'm sticking with Weir. So she said, okay, after the election, we'll see. So after they beat us, she flew back here.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah, I told you we were going to beat you. She went all the way to Liberia. So she said, are you ready to go to Liberia? And I said, JD, my wife, my wife is pregnant with it, where she just had twin girls. So I won't be able to go. And she went. So we are glad that she was able to, because when they got there, 2002, 2003, there was nothing there. I don't know, there was nothing in the country.
Yeah, I know.
So
they really had to start from scratch. But going back to high school, I remember my days at the William V. Stoughton High School. Yeah, like you're saying, seniors were allowed to wear long sleeves and tie. Mm-hmm. It was a privileged, group to be in. But we got really, political in our. I mean, you're talking from 10th grade. By the time you hit the senior class, we were very, very active politically. I mean, you're talking Prince Musa Dean, the former justice minister, was maybe one class ahead of me, but we were there together. Samuel Steve Quayle, the current Minister of State. Yeah, we were in Tomalin School together. You know, a good number of the guys. The late Wogabi Tapia. So we were, yes, we did a lot of social, but we were very political. And those were the heydays of, you know, the progressive community. This so-called divide between the Moja and the PAL fellows.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so we got very political. The feeding group from the high school level was the Student Uhuru movement. The Student Uhuru movement fed into soup. And we got on Tomalin School and organized the Student German Brigade, you know, borrowing from Julius Nyerere, you know, East Africa and all of that. But we organized the Student German Brigade, and we were supposed to feed the student integration movement, same. So as soup was supposed to feed the Moja group, we were supposed to feed the UPP group. And it went on for a while. It was interesting. You know, we did some things, you know. But the thing about that is, Jerome, I have to say, it sharpens your awareness. I mean, we were talking politics you remember the Cold War Eastern Bloc?
Of course.
We were talking Leonard, you know, Brezhnev. We were talking Lenin, rather, you know, we're discussing social, you know,
issues.
Yes. And so you had to be on your game, or else we had a place where we meet during the recess, you know. But anyway, so privileges we were allowed to serve in the cafeteria, you know. That meant we had extra push. And yeah, I mean, those were the days, you know, you know, those were the good days. Of course, you had to impress the ladies too, so you had a little shop.
Yeah, but Nora Hoax, I'm telling you, listen, let me show you something. What do you mean we have not painted the buildings in? This is the famous Basa High School. Okay, this is the famous iconic Basa High School. This school. Does your school look like this?
I mean, we had the same problem with Tomalin High School. I know my friend Sewala Keseli during his time. He was trying to launch a $5 million campaign to raise funds. You know, the Tomalin High School campus has been in disrepair for a long time. I haven't gone around lately, but yeah, most of these institutions, I see what you guys have done for Basa High School. That looks good. We're trying to do the same for William V. Tomalin High School, and I believe some things have been done. I heard some work being done on the toilets and stuff like that. But high school days, man, you know, nothing can beat high school days. I don't know, Fanta, you went to school here, right? High school here?
Yeah, she went to school here, man.
Yeah. So here, as in like the U.S. But
she went to St. Teresa Convent, but there is no school in the Republic of Liberia that looks like that. None.
Good job, Basa High School. Good job.
Well, I heard St. Peter's Clover High gave you guys, Dr. Peabody, you went to St. Peter's Clover High?
No, I went to Monrovia College. I think Basa High stole our color, because that's
look, you see, listen, we older than you. How can we steal from you? You stole from us.
Basa High took our color, because my brother went to Basa High School. My older brother attended Basa High School, but you know, but the Basa High School is doing a lot more better now. I mean, they look great. They got a very powerful alumni association. I had the opportunity to attend their reunion last year, and they raised over $50,000 last year.
That's nice.
At their reunion. So
every year.
Yeah, they got some money in their account. They just haven't expended it the way they should use it. But when I look at the balance, these guys over into 80 or 100K in the account.
And we got to give credit to Emmanuel Reeves. He donated $20,000 at the last convention.
Emmanuel Nuku Reeves, yes.
Yeah, Nuku Reeves donated $20,000.
Yeah.
We were able to raise, I think we have raised over $100,000 in reserve. So we're doing very well.
You guys got some money, but you need to spend it on the building rather than just.
We're doing very well on the building. There she goes.
You're being too hard on spending the money.
Because but man, we listen. The money comes in hard. We gotta hold on to it. we have tried to build every
I
time.
think you guys at the Regis reunion right now, because other reunion ended at rate of 4,000 or 5,000 or 10.
Yeah, we don't joke. But let me welcome our guest here. JD, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. And thank you for that background. Jerome, why? Let me see. But I just want to say to Fanta, I tapped my hair today because I know your hair was going to be tapped.
You see, it's a woman thing. You see what
So
I
I came on this show just for you, Fanta. Let me break the ice.
Oh, thank you. You look beautiful in it, by the way.
Thank you. So, Mr. Peabody, let me say, it's good being on a closely argument. And like Jerome said, we come back from, Peabody from Pastor, but he don't identify with his county. But now we still accepting.
I just came from Orange Grove. I just came from Little Bassa. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in Little Bassa. Bellingham, all the way in Little Bassa. Little Bassa.
But you did not reach to Edina and Kingsville.
Yeah, the road not too good though.
Not true. The road is very quick. You are taking the ferry.
Yeah, I was in Little Bassa and I stayed there the whole day in Little Bassa. Yeah,
it's good. I know you had some good cassava. You know the best cassava is grown in Bokestown.
Yeah, Bokestown. Right. Yeah, Bokestown.
Yes, the Bassa girl.
Yeah.
See, for those of you who don't know anything about Bassa, you get your free lessons. You see, I'm a consultant. We usually charge for these things, but we're doing for you free. Victor Nagbe, you're from Kehleboe. You don't do nothing over there. Nothing going on in Kehleboe. Nothing going on in Kehleboe. So you're welcome to the Bassa Club. But I'll say, John, we're back when we say Mapu. Those who will call you Mapu were those who grew up with you. Everybody know you to be Julia Duncan Cassell. But when they say Mapu, then you know that person knew you from either middle school or elementary school. But welcome to the show.
Thank you.
There's a lot that for some of us who are nostalgic, we like to go all the way back. I just told them when after the election in 2005, you flew down to Florida, saw the family. You were on your way to Liberia. We really appreciate you stopping by and extended an invitation for me to follow you to Liberia. But the girls were just born, the twins were just born. I couldn't leave. I want to appreciate you for that. And a lot of folks, after I say Peabody, just imagine a tough election like that in 2005, right? She's on the Ellen team, I'm on the Myean team. They defeated us. Then she flew down and said, you know what, come on, let's go so we can help. Many people don't do that.
Right.
Thank you.
JD, when you're not speaking, you can put on mute for a while.
Right.
We're getting some background. There you go. So, Dr. Peabody, usually it doesn't happen.
Right.
The new dispensation is winner takes all. If we win, we don't care who else is out there. You are now on our team. We don't call it, but you flew. I mean, from California to Florida, and then all the way to Liberia. So most people didn't know that. I have not told her that, but my wife was very appreciative of really doing that. I just wasn't in the time. My wife just had twins. I just wasn't ready to go. So, Victor, that's the kind of relationship that this woman and I have. We go all the way back. So, usually when we need to have some conversation, I will call her to come on and get some clarity. So, your guest is here.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Duncan Cassell, welcome back again. The last time you were here, we had such fun, and it's good to have you back. How's the family?
You got to unmute.
You're muted.
Family is doing well, and I'm glad to be back on the show. I'm glad that Peabody is on the show, and Fanta is still there. I will listen to the beginning of the show with she and Jerome, and I thought that the topic last week, I wish I had been a part of that. I listened to it because I had to talk about the different laws that protects the children, the women, and the disabled, and what is happening. But notwithstanding, we're trying to pitch in a little bit based on the time, because those are issues that are very involved with, and what we did, and what is on the books, and what needs to be done. We can come out with all these suggestions, but we need to find a way forward. And I think that's that point I'm going to be coming from tonight.
Thank you. And let me thank that young man who was behind you, toying around with the phone. So tell him we say thanks. But listen, yeah, even though last week we did, but I wanted to get your view. I mean, I think it's not late. I know Jerome might have a specific, agenda items, but your views on what is happening. This lady at the red light, I think Grace, her name is. And then over the past 2 or 3 days, Mariah Yakula, there seems to be a building storm, as what you say, against female gender, or is this something that happens every now and then, or do you think there's something new? And what's your view on how the matter is being handled, especially the situation at the red light? I understand. I think some people are being arrested also, but this whole concept of mob justice.
You gotta unmute.
Prefer to call you Victor than to say Mr. Nagbe.
All right, call me Victor. Go ahead. Jerome, when I allow you to call me Mister, he doesn't like me to be respected that way. So go ahead.
And that's why I'm calling you Victor, because I know Jerome. But notwithstanding, there are a lot of issues when it comes to violence against our children, our women, and our young people. Yes, our boys too are being sodomized in different ways, but they're not being abused as much as our women are. And the more we talk about these things, the action is that there was a special court. There's a special court established to handle gender-based violence. Criminal Code E. It is not about what's happening, it's about the process. We have all the laws on the book, but are they being executed? Are they being carried out? That is our problem. Because if these things were being followed, we wouldn't be having this. The issue with the girl at the market, you see the young boys wearing a dress, it's sagging. You wouldn't see anybody go and wholly offer them and say, get your pants up. It's a woman's right to dress as she wants to dress. We don't want to encourage indecency, but that doesn't give you the right to abuse her. You see our men are sleeping with 4 or 5 women. That doesn't give you the right to go and say you got video or you got movie. So how many other people you got video on? That is not the issue. A woman has the right to make a decision, especially when she reaches that age. But people think that when you bring a woman down, I just saw an article from Mariah, and I respect the late Maya Angelou, and the topic that she used, and still arise. The more you talk about me, the better I become, the stronger I get. And that's what our women need to do, and stand up to the fact. We can't be crying and not protecting ourselves. Why should we stay in an abusive relationship? A relationship, a marriage is between 2 grown adults, not children. Our law says you're an adult from 18 and above. If you agree to go into a marriage, you have the right to get out of that marriage. You have the right to walk away. If you know there's something wrong, the sooner you leave, the better it is. But sometimes we stay. Let me say thanks to my husband. Thanks for recognizing it, Victor. We've been married for 36 years. I was in my senior year at Bassa High School. I met him at the University of Liberia. I decided to move home after having conversation with my family. My husband supported every minute of it, and he still does. Even my children, my family. When your family and your children are not involved in your decision making, sometimes that's what leads to it. Then one parent wants to put you against the other parent. For communication, education, and involving the family in your day-to-day activities. What people didn't say to my husband when I went home. I just want to correct Jerome. 2003 was not the first time I went home. I went home in 1997. I went by the Counter Foundation as an observer for the elections between Madam Salif, Charles Taylor, Boyman family, and all the other people. It was the role that she played. It was how she was treated. That time we have ECOMOG in Liberia. That time we still have all the warlords around. My family were afraid. But I made that decision because besides being a Jerome president, first female president of my high school, I was also president of the Liberia community in Northern California. And this is when we brought the community together. You know why? Because in San Francisco, where the United Nations started, we had a senator like Barbara Boxer, Dianne Feinstein, representative that could relate to our issues. And we went to Washington and we led the march along with others that made the Bob Challenge ship land in Ghana because of the role that we played. So going home in 97, taking the risk was a decision I made from my heart. After that, I came back and told my family, my heart is in Liberia. My children are doing okay. My daughter going to college, my son going to college. My husband decided to be with the family. So 2003 was easy for me to make that move because I had the support. When you have the support of your family, they will allow you to be what you want to be.
That's right.
But before going, we set up a group. I know one of you, one thing you asked about the abuse of women, but just because of time, we are working on that. But education is so important. I won't go back to that. I want to encourage Dr. Jansu, the Minister of Education, to bring back civic education in the schools, to bring back relationship. I mean, those little things are missing from our society. They're missing.
I mean, we'll talk about your relationship to the current government based on your experience and all of that. But before I give it back to Jerome, I for a long time we had the Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. I think it was the government you served that established the gender ministry in the early 2000s. Do you feel, and as a former gender minister, do you think this current gender minister could be more vocal on some of these things we just talked about?
Yes, let me correct you there. The Ministry of Gender was set up under President Charles Taylor tenure. It was Gender and Development.
Got you.
But when I became minister after being superintendent of Grand Bassa, I saw the need to incorporate children and social protection because gender and development, everything went to planning ministry because of the development portion. So they did not have that strength that they needed to do to perform what they were supposed to do. But later on, planning ministry was dissolved and went under the Ministry of Finance. So we used that window to propose that the Ministry of Gender be changed to the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection. Because the issue of children was scattered. There were no direct ministry, but working with the United Nations, working with UNICEF and others, the African Union, we felt that our children needed a safe space, and so the children parliament were created. The youth were created and sent to the Ministry of Youth, but were able to separate the ages. What constitutes a child, a youth, and an adult? We had the adolescent girls unit, where we promoted girls' education, girls' empowerment, under that new Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection that is still in existence today. But your question, is the current ministry doing what they're supposed to do? I would not answer that question for you because I don't want to look like I served there for 6 years. But the ministry, the government before me, after all the turning over, those were turned over to them. And people, they say you will hire something for somebody, put in book. If they have followed the structure and maybe add or subtract, but instead they decided to subtract from it. So what the current minister and the current team met was completely different from what we left it. So a lot of the programs that could have helped them, take for example, the one deputy were functional. Take for example, Paratwa Mission. The day school was for both boys and girls, but we set up the dormitory, and that school was built by Madam Tolbert in Paratwa. We had 200 girls on the dormitory. Bomble Mission, we had girls on Bomble. Bomble Mission was the only all-girls mission. But we also reached out to Rex Institute. We got funding from the Norwegian government. We got funding from the Irish government to rebuild the girls' dormitory on Rex, to redo the girls' dormitory on Bombay, to re-establish Paratwa Mission, where we took girls from the various counties so that they could get the same kind of education. And so that program, then we had the adolescent girls program. We had the career day program. We had mentorship program. All of those programs were abolished during the past 6 years government. If this government can see to bring those activities back, a lot of our girls who are today ministers, who are today directors, they went through those programs. Well, a lot of them were working with Orville, were just poor journalists. Fofana was director for the adolescent girls program. Cornelia Crow, who is the now Minister of Youth and Sports, put my Ellen there. I know Fanta one year my president name, but she played it tonight. She's a feminist, so she will accept it. But I'm just here to say we're going through so many challenges, and we're going through some of what separate one from the other. But the framework is there, so people can just go back to the drawing board and see how they get built on it, or so what needs to be done, so that our young people, not just the girls, but our boys, the youth program, the Ministry of Gender is both men and female, and that's the okay. So we support the Ministry of Youth and Sports, because before we say Ministry of Sports, Ministry of Youth and Sports, people think that only boys can benefit. That's not true. Girls are part of it. Education, they're both male and female. So we work with all of those line ministries and agencies to ensure that both male and female were protected and were promoted and had the kind of benefits that they deserve.
Thank you. Excellent there, guys. This is why we came on, for those of us who have girls. And you were seeing, we led off the show with the Swedish government leaving the Republic of Liberia and their program for girls. And it is a major one. And I'm glad that you were here, because that's $2.4 million that they bring in to amplify the rights of women, girls. We're talking about body awareness, self-awareness, the education that we need. And we profile one young lady who says when she was in high school, this guy used to flatter her with gifts and flowers and writing her notes that she's the cutest thing he ever met. I can relate, because when we were in high school, we used to write all these beautiful letters. I know. I don't want to trigger Dr. Peabody and the guy, because I love you like fish love water and all that stuff we used to do. Puppy love. The guys are still doing it, but the girl said finally she suspected that there were more than that. And then the group that she was in, the mentoring program she was in, they were now telling her about what was going on and everything else. And she was able to curtail and prevent something that would have gone further than that. So yeah, the girls' education is important, but talk to us about, before I go to Fanta, this is a huge amount of money and program that will be cut down. But like we were talking about, when these international companies are leaving, why is it that our government can't step in? This is just $2.4 million to run this kind of viable program. And why would they close it down for $2.4 million?
Let me say this. You have to understand that when Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf came, it was right after the war, when all the system in our country were broken down. But Madam Sirleaf came with so much potential, because she worked for the UN. She was involved in a lot of international organizations, and not only that, she was a feminist. She's a woman who believes in women leadership. She had a lot of friends out there, and wherever she went, she came back with something. Okay, but these things were there. I don't know if you can recall. It's not to say about the CDC government, but at one time, the money, you have to tell them, say, stop using donor funding, because what was set up, what we left for social protection, those money were being used for different things. And the UN and other partners, the Norwegians, the Swedish, that was supporting, because the budget at the time was low. But as we traveled and we went around, we told them what we needed to do with this money. And sometimes when they tell you how to spend it, as a minister or commissioner, sometimes we tell them, no, this is what you want, but this is not what we need. This is what we need. But you got people who receive money from donors and allow the donors to direct where the money goes. We're all saying, no, this is not our priority. And that's what we used to do with them. Because we set the country priority, we knew what the needs were, we knew we had to open more schools after the war, we knew we needed to have more hospitals running. Even though the roads were bad, we needed road fix. Thank God we were able to get a pastor and really pastor road fix first. But I mean, those are some of the things that we argue with people, with donors, based on donor funding. But the donors bring their money and say for social protection, what we're supposed to be giving out to people. And then government decide, no, you're taking money, you're putting somewhere else. So the donors got upset. And they spoke about it during the Myean administration. And so because of that, the legacy that government left was not a good one for the donors. Forget about UC and Donald Trump, what he did. Because UC was a big sponsor. What UNICEF was doing, what the Norwegian was doing, because they wanted to support what America has not done. For all the years, 250 years, we have not had a woman president. Where Africa did not do, Liberia did it. And Swedish, because they believe in feminism, because they believe in women leadership, that they wish it. So they decided to support Madam Sanvee's government based on her program. But the others have not gone to these people to give them a program to say, this is what we do, we want to do, and how can you help us with our goal or our targets.
Thank you. Excellent. Let me welcome Johnny. Johnny, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you. Let me welcome everybody too. And I appreciate our guests. Thank you, Madam Duncan Cancel, for joining us today. Thank you.
Fanta, we're just talking about the women issues, and we have seen lately women being murdered, boyfriends, girlfriends, some death, and then we seen what's happening here. A program that is this successful is about to go away because our government is not willing to pick up the tab. $2.4 million. Any question? You're coming to our guest.
Yes, Madam Duncan Cassell, thank you so much again for being here today, and it's lovely to see you. I'm definitely looking forward to our interaction. And look, I had nothing against Ellen. In fact, we heeded her call when she went to New York and called for all Liberians to come back. Many of us abandoned our lives, which most people would consider to be luxury lives, because we had nation at heart. We were nationalists and we wanted to come back and roll up our sleeves and help to rehabilitate Liberia, help to rebuild Liberia. And when we came, we probably could have been appointed to a soft cushion office job, but some of us went into waste management that we had no experience in, but we thought there were critical infrastructures that needed to be established. And therefore, we could not afford to point the finger to say, maybe it's somebody else to do. We took upon ourselves, we took on the initiative to establish that infrastructure that was non-existent. And we did extremely well at it. So when time came, I think to have the nation support us, we were let down. Not just me, many of us were let down. And it says something about leadership when you have people make such sacrifices. And then when it comes time for you to support them after exemplifying extraordinary, what even the mayor, Mary Bra, which were very much like this, thought our work, our contribution to be exemplary. And then when it comes time to support in the continuation, the progressiveness of those efforts, for it to be disrupted and abandoned for a foreign company that had no footprint on ground, I'm sure you can see why the sentiment of distrust exists with that administration. But with the women issues, it's one that truly gets to me. Forget the professional issue. The women issue truly gets to me because I come from a very diverse background. And from I live in a very diverse community in Garnersville, where every single class, type of woman, type of children you will see, we live together and do our best to live in harmony. But every single time we are faced with women not just getting abused, but being sexually violated. And we looked to, we were very much astonished. We were very excited when Ellen came to power. Here's a woman. We all campaigned. We all celebrated that moment. But then with the women policies that were being implemented or passed, we saw a gap in the announcements of those policies. For example, the amendment of the rape laws, but then only having a Court E, which is the sexually court, the sexual justice court, only being implemented in 3 counties, three of the 15 counties. In fact, there are many reports from the U.S. From U.S. security agencies, as well as the United Nations, as well as UNDP, that has indicated 83% of rape that happens to women or people under 20 years old. 83%, right? You would think that what Ellen would have done was not just amend those laws, but put in a structure of implementation and execution that would have safeguarded women, that would have made women and girls a lot safer. That didn't happen. Year after year, we saw an increase in rape and sexual violation against girls. In fact, another UNDP report states that rape is the most violent crime. Another international report states that rape is the most violent crime in Liberia. They've been documented it.
So what's the question?
Mr. Gayman, this is really important.
Okay, go ahead.
This is really important. That rape is the most violent crime in Liberia. And of that 83% that they say they are under 20, 40% of that are of children under 12 years old. You ran the gender ministry. I'm very interested in your take on what in terms of infrastructure, right?
Mr. Sita, can you mute? Thank you.
I don't have any laws in my background, but you want me to mute, I'll mute.
What type of infrastructure did that administration put in place? I may not be aware of it, but what type of infrastructure did that administration put in place? Not just the amendment of the laws, but what type of infrastructure was put in place to really ensure that the law was executed with success? Because we haven't seen that, but maybe you can educate us.
Okay, Fanta. I mean, good sessions, and I think that it needs discussion. But what we did as a team, we had a female justice minister. The president is one person. We had female judges. We had the Female Lawyers Association. that work along with the Ministry of Justice, with civil society, to come up with these things. Even the law, the security, 1325, peace and security. Because just the other day, a police officer molested a girl that was under his protection. But we have all of these things. It's the execution. The president cannot be in these places. So those people that are the representatives, I can tell you where our minister, there was a lawmaker from Grand Trinidad that I had arrested and put to jail for abusing a girl living with him. Because of that, I got ostracized. They didn't bother me. The teachers in the school, but it goes back to the parents too. You can have all the laws until we start teaching the parents how to mentor their children, how to care for the children at home. Fanta, you have a daughter that is very active, and all of a sudden she starts declining. You as a parent will not be concerned to find out what's wrong with that child, because the teacher at that school or somebody at that school is bullying that girl and harassing her. But they don't do anything. They don't pay attention to their children. So it's not just the law. It's a family issue. You got a case. We had a case in Pastor Epicena where the uncle was a police officer molested his niece. He was taken to the prison. You know what they entered and said, you want for our family need? The gender coordinator, the female police coordinator, went to the parents. They went, brought a pastor, they brought a bishop, they brought everybody. It's a societal issue. It's not just government. But until we start the awareness and more education, we need to start from the family. That's the only way. If the family take responsibility and say, my child was molested, but you go back and say, no, she lied again. You got a girl, I worked as superintendent in Basel for 6 years. When you go into the villages, when the people see the people coming, oh yeah, your husband there coming, oh, go hold your husband bag. Go fetch your uncle hot water. When you go fetch that hot water, he call you in the bathroom. Many of those cases happen from the villages because our people are not educated. And education not be going and sitting in classroom, it means having conversation. When you sit around the table or the kitchen, where you beating that domo, or you beating the cassava leaf, you beating the GB, have conversation. 5-minute conversation will not spoil anything. That man is not your husband. You can tell a 3-year-old kid that man, her husband, she must go sit on her lap. When she sits on her lap and she feels that vibration, what do you think happens next? Because she was not advised by her mother or her aunties. That is not her husband. So the issue of what is happening in our society is a societal issue. Yes, government can back them if they have the backing. We have safe homes in all of the counties, but I learned that all got closed. But they're trying to reestablish the safe home. When a child is abused, you take them to that safe home. As soon as you take them there, the group of family will come led by the pastors to get that child out because they want to go to court. They want to disgrace the pastor. They want to disgrace the uncle. So, Fanta, yes, I agree with you. That's a big problem. But because we established the court, because we put women in positions that we have to feel because they are mothers, they are grandmothers, they are aunties. Even we got men, we established the he for she program. We got a lot more men that are more caring than some of our females. Mm-hmm. Because our females do it so they can get handout. Oh, go man, the only way my daughter will go to school. You leave me alone. Every day you're talking about your gender. You know how many times we got those? When we're doing awareness for SGBV, for AIDS days, you know how many excuses we got when we ask people to bring their children or they must come so they can be educated on these things to prevent them. We tell them prevention is better than cure. The law can only protect you if you respect the law and you go by the law. But the law cannot protect you if you don't go to the law. The laws are there. They are on the books. But people need to take advantage and not make excuses. We know family wants to hold together. Mm-hmm. My way forward and what we try to do, was to involve the family into these things. We have programs with the different schools. We got programs with all the security sectors. Are those programs still going on? I won't tell you because I haven't been there for the past 6 years and the last 2 years. But there were programs that were put aside to involve everybody. Even when a child will go to the hospital, have to counsel them who lay in the bed. You find out what happened. Then you try to prevent it. Prevention is better than cure. So yes, these things are happening. I can tell you some of what we did during our time. Because every year, along with the Justice Ministry, we go to Geneva to defend the Children's Act. We go to the African Union. And when we met the record, to where we took it at, if we're still following that trend, we wouldn't be where we are today. It's saddening to me to see that we're progressing instead of progressing. It is sad. It is sad. Something is missing. So we need to put the missing pieces back together.
Yeah. So this was a follow-up.
Real quick, let me welcome Mr. Seaton. Mr. Seaton, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Madam Minister, for coming to enlighten us on what you did in the past to ensure that our young people, especially our girls, are protected in Liberia. And I think you made a salient point. The other day, I asked the same question, and it has to do with the societal, our cultural issues with respect to a girl who is 12 years old, and then as soon as she comes from the same society, they say, well, get your husband over there, go and marry him. How do we change that perception in the country?
Good question, Mr. Seaton. I heard you last week on that topic. The age of a child is set from zero. We got the children's age, and we got the adolescent age, and we have the youth age. And the thing with our culture can be modified. That was my problem. Okay, people talk about the Masonic craft, the other society, this, that, but you don't go there until you are an adult, 18 and above. And the reason why we established these schools to take these girls out of harm's way, I'm from Grand Bassa County. It is big in Grand Bassa, Bapolu County, Kidman, Lofa, Nimba. These counties in the southeast do not practice that tradition, but they have their own tradition. And so those were counties that we targeted to get little girls from the age of 6 to go to boarding school, so by the time they graduate, they can make the decision on their own. Parents, yes, our grandparents did these things because that's what they knew at the time, but it doesn't mean it is right. It can be modified. When the girl turns 18, give her that option to decide whether she wants to do that or not. But instead of that, just take her and put her there. From there, she doesn't go back to school. She starts selling the market. I'm saying this to say the children law are there, and these children should be protected. But in order to protect them, you have to create the environment. You have to give them something between. The mothers do this because they get money. You go to the Sunday bush, you go bring the girls up. All our lawmakers go to support those things. So the mothers get all the new mattresses, they get all the new lapas, they get all the new things. They think they're making money from it, but they are exposing their girls, their daughters. A mother will allow their boy child to walk 40 hours to go to school, but they wouldn't allow the girl to do that. Why? Because they want to keep them near them for a particular person, or a particular reason. And so by creating these boarding schools and empowering these girls, and every vacation they go back to their family and they sit down and even have discussion with their grandma and their mom while they go to school. So that is so important. So I say to all of our mothers out there, our brothers, our uncles, tradition is good, but tradition can be modified. In Egypt before, when our Pharaoh died, they used to bury him with all his jewelry, all his kingsmen, his queensmen. Do they still do it now? No. So why in Liberia, we can change the age that our daughters decide if they want to join the Sunday bush or not. Give them that option. It is their body. It is their life.
Thank you. Fanta, you got one more question that I go to Johnny.
Sure.
Just before, 1 minute, hold on, Fanta. Your name and where you calling from?
Hey, this is Robert Garguah, and I'm listening in. I just wanted to ask Ms. Duncan one question. Ms. Duncan, this thing, I think it's kind of sickening, but I think I heard you say, the young girl, 3 years old, 10 years old, the parent talked about, go sit on your uncle's lap or your husband's lap, and there's some vibration. I mean, just hearing that is sickening. That a green man will get in a rod from a baby, right? A baby. And I understand the traditional modification that you talk about. But here's my question to you. I think that we need to respect the laws. We have a constitution and we have what is statutory rape, right? Statutory rape is being with a girl or sleeping with a girl that is 18 or above, okay? That's under 18.
Right.
So do you think that we need cultural modification, or we need to just respect the Constitution as it says?
Good question.
Talk about our dual system here.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Our tradition needs to be modified. The Constitution, there was a Constitution review held during Madam Selly's time that was chaired by Councillor Gloria Scott. When it came time, all of those things were put in there, including the laws and our tradition and tenure. When it came time for the Constitution review to go through, the opposition community denied it. So it never went through. When President Weah came to power, they went through the Constitution review and they changed what had to do with women and children, and all they put in the review was to increase the lawmaker and the president tenure. And we kicked against it, and that was denied too. Because the time they wanted to do a Constitution review, it was during the special senatorial elections. You cannot do a constitutional review during a senatorial elections. Okay? So those things that were put in the constitutional review never went through until now. That's why we still got the 1986 Constitution, because both times of reviews did not go through until our lawmakers, our citizens can push for a constitutional review. But those things will not happen, because all of those things are on the book, but it has to go and be embedded in a constitution. Our current constitution you are talking about does not address any of those issues. It does not.
Wow. Fanta, you had your last question, then I go to Johnny.
Yeah, several rape epidemics have been declared, or rape emergencies. I know the Weah administration declared one. And I think the administration before him as well did. We have seen, as I mentioned, the numbers increase, but it seems like even though we declare a state of emergency when it comes to rape, no one is taking it seriously, and is evident in the conviction rate that is reported of 2%. So 98% of perpetrators walk. Only 2% gets convicted. And those convictions, we often see them being pardoned or receiving presidential pardon. My question to you is that to implement a stronger deterrent, would you support castration, chemical or surgical?
Personally, if I had the options, yes, I will. But let me tell you, presidential pardon, yes, the president has that authority based on our constitution. But before it is done, it is recommended by the Justice Ministry and the court, looking at why these people went to jail, looking at the evidence, they make that decision and present it to the president. So it's not just from one person. It is done collectively by people who are responsible. The Justice Ministry will say, look, the president, January is coming before your annual message. July 26th is coming. I think normally it's done July 26th. These are people who are in jail. Either they overspend their time and no lawyer has taken their case, or they are falsely accused. They think about rape too. A lot of people get falsely accused. When you want to get back at somebody, you say they rape you or they molested you. While you are doing that, how you 8 years old. While you are doing that, 9 o'clock, you went to go watch movie. We had a case when a woman was sitting there watching a Nigerian movie, and her daughter was being molested in her room that she was renting to a foreigner. They kept screaming and crying, but because she had a TV on so loud. So these pardons are done by the president because it's by constitution, and it varies. And the recommendation, because the president knows they don't know. But the recommendation comes through the justice minister, the president who took account and gave the record of how the people came, how long they've been there, and why they were there. Based on that, that is how pardons are done.
Thank
But
you.
yes, personally, anybody rape my granddaughter, I will constrain him.
There you go. There you go. Johnny, welcome to the show. Our guest.
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Cassell. I would like to just ask one. The first question is, what do you think about, or what do you think is causing the increase in teenage pregnancy? 12, 13-year-old girls, 15, all around the country, in the villages, in the city, everywhere. You see young women at the age of 13, 14, 15, pregnant all around. Why are these things happening? And what are some of the things that we want to prevent it from happening?
Mr. Sita, it goes back to education. Education. That's what I'm saying in the school. The various schools are supposed to be teaching our children, not just the girls, but the boys. The girls don't get pregnant by themselves. They get pregnant by the men. So it's not just the girls, the boys are also equally responsible. You got your sisters, you got your aunties. Why would you want to go and sleep with a 13-year-old girl? The 13-year-old girl are going through their puberty. So they are tempted. And right now with social media, every young girl wants telephone. So people are using these things to bring these girls. So continue the awareness with the he for she. Continue the awareness. You know, and people put pressure on each other. Well, you're wasting time. You see that woman not give her mom grandchild. So sometimes it's the parents, it's us. We put too much emphasis on the children. Because we think that my sister children having children, so you should go have your own children when you're not ready. And you know, besides that, Mr. Sister, you know how many children die in this age in Nigeria? Because the body is not built for it, it's not ready. So you go blame government for a 13-year-old girl have been pregnant. You go back to the parents. Start engaging the parents. Start engaging the community. Have awareness in the churches, in the mosques. Let's continue education from all levels. Everybody will not be a scientist. Everybody will not be a pastor. Everybody will not be an educator. But those who want to learn will learn. And they will take it from there and say, yes, Mama, I know you wanted to have a child, but let me test. Let my body develop. Let me grow. Because they have heard about it. Excellent. So that's what it is.
Johnny, so Madam Cassell, I mean, I'm asking this in relation to the rape issue. According to the rape law, any female below the age of 18, whether consent or not consent, that go through sexual activity is raped. Now we have in our communities, openly, we see the young man in the village that has this 16-year-old girl, 13-year-old girl, 14-year-old girl pregnant, and these things are happening in the open. So that's sometimes I get confused. How is the rape law being enforced when in our own eyes, in our own communities, we clearly see the young girl and the young boy, this young girl at age 13, 14, go to the hospital every day to get her treatment. She's pregnant. And clearly, whatever she went through to get pregnant should be considered as rape by the law. So these are the concerns we have, you know. And before you respond to the question, there was a situation where we had a program jointly with the Carter Center and the UNDP. We had a big conference in Banga with 200 traditional chiefs, including both males and females. The same issue of gender-based violence with reference to rape. In that conference, in that meeting, the traditional leaders in that meeting signed a resolution asking the government, anyone found liable, anyone found guilty of rape should be castrated. And the government and the UN partners said that was too much of a harsh punishment or response to such issue. What do you have to say about that? My first issue was the girls are 16, 17, or even 12, 13 pregnant in the community, go to the hospital, and clearly by law, they are considered to be rape because they should not have sex with anyone in that age group. What can you say about that?
All I can say is what the law says. Okay? I know there'll be a lot of workshops, UN Women, during President Wiata, when Pisota was Minister of Gender. They went to Bapolu, they went to Kehleboe, to Lofa. They carry a whole team to go talk about banning FGM and rape. The program that was launched at the EJS Center, it was done by President George Weah, that they had gotten all the traditional people to sign, and they have banned FGM and rape are going to stop. So what can I say about it? It's a society, so you work for NGOs. You've been around.
That's Johnny.
Johnny, sorry. Oh, him, very well. You've been around, so you know what we've been fighting with, working along with the NGOs. You also know a board chair for Wangoso, and Wangoso is the Women's NGO Secretariat. So we all been talking about these things. There's so many NGOs are working on it, but like I say, if they don't go to court, the people who are the victims do not fund with it, nothing's gonna happen. The lawyers cannot just go and grab somebody and say, oh, you were raped today, can't let go, I carry you. No, you have to go and report it. You have to sign people, you have to write and say, I need protection, I need help. But our people don't do it. They don't do it. So that is what is holding us back. It is still happening because our young girls think they're running competition with other girls. And so they go give themselves up for little nothing. And at the end of the day, they have to pay for it. Yes, with the castration, according to the laws, our land, if a man cannot be castrated, then he shouldn't be able to rape a child. Why? So we're promoting it. The same people.
Absolutely. Mr. Sita.
Madam Minister, it looks like we have a serious systemic problem in Liberia. It has to do with cultural practices, societal norms, what we quote unquote call societal norms, and the lack of education. Now, my question to you is, what is the way forward? Because, for example, you clearly stated during your tenure as minister, you did all of this awareness with our international partners. And, you know, you talk about education, but yet and still the problem still persists. So what is the way forward, in your view?
The way forward, education. Education is the way forward at all levels with the family. Even when the mothers are at the hospital having these babies, consultation should be done with them. So when you get the child home, our law says you're responsible to protect this child. If you don't, we come after you. They're just simple things. They will remember in a year. But if you don't, I can give you an example pre-Ebola. You were there, and you know the way we fought to bring Ebola down, especially for our children. We were in the communities, we're in the villages, we're in the towns, and tell them, wash your hands with soap and water. Don't do this, don't do that. So we can fight gender-based violence, but it has to be done collectively. It has to continue, and nobody should be exempt. Whatever authority is, whatever your level is, No one should be exempt. But until we start making excuses for people, my way forward is that we work, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the Ministry of Education, work with the Ministry of Justice. We already had a group set up. Continue that meeting. And then just don't go and sit to the round table. Go into the various counties, go into the districts, go into the communities, go to the schools. Go to the schools, go to the churches, go to the mosques. You say, okay, maybe in this month, every Friday, we'll go to 3 mosques in each counties. Every Sunday, we'll go to 4 or 5 churches. And then start telling people when the preacher finish preaching, you go tell them the awareness and the well-being, how to care for the children. When the children in a Sunday school, you're talking to them. We do that in my church. We do that in my church. So by the time you leave from there, you're not only leaving with a pastor message, you're leaving that you're being trained on something. Anybody touch you or call you, say no. If they do, by mistake, report it. You see something, you hear something, report it. That is the way forward. So we can come on this platform and say what is the way forward, and we don't move beyond the platform.
Excellent.
Madam Minister, that's a huge tax. It requires a lot of money.
Well, let me welcome Tomalin George. Chief, I miss your glasses. What's happening? You can't see. There you go. There you go. There you go. Welcome to the show. Our guest, Madam Julia Duncan Cassell, is here, and we're getting a lot of education. She is challenging us that this thing about women, girls, we are all responsible, from the churches to the mosques to the family. We are all responsible.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It's also good to have the former Minister of Gender and former Sweden of Ambassador on our show tonight. I want to thank you for your service, and thank you that you are still actively involved in the forward march of our country. And I look forward to asking you some questions that have been lingering on minds of people, and a lot of people wanted for us to ask these questions to you. So hopefully when my time comes, I will get to ask these questions. Thank you again.
Great, great. Let me go to Peabody. Peabody, it's your turn.
Yes, Honorable Cassell, Duncan, good to see you again. It's good to always have you on the show, just to hear your lecture. I tend to agree with something that she said, that the responsibility of these young girls who are getting pregnant, it is the responsibility of the parents. Many of you don't know, but children start to spoil from the home. They learn the meanings of symbol. Sociology talk about, you learn the meaning of symbol. You learn it from the home. You learn it from the surrounding, the society you live in. Most time people tend to put these issues, the government ain't doing anything. When a 10-year-old or 11-year-old child or 12-year-old child gets pregnant, you say, the government responsible. No, most of the time, the parents are the ones that are responsible. The government is there to provide the protection. But when it comes to the well-being and stability of these children, the parents are the ones that are responsible. Unfortunately, a lot of them don't do it. They let the kids get out there, and the next thing happens, the kids either get pregnant or something like that. But based on my past experience for many years as a investigator, I worked with the state of New Jersey for almost 8 to 9 years as an investigator. Every time a child got raped or something happened to them, even though the perpetrator sometimes will arrest them, sometimes we won't find them. But you know who was held responsible? The parents. Because you know what? Inappropriate supervision. Even if you left the child with somebody, they will hold you responsible. Still, inappropriate supervision. The parents are the one to be held when this thing happens. The government is there to provide the security, of course, to arrest the perpetrator of these crimes. But most time, when a child goes to I listened to Johnny was talking, the child go to the hospital, 11-year-old, 12, they are raped. Some of the kids could have sex with other people, consensual, will even appear that can be consensual, and they're not raped. So not every 12 or 13-year-old child that go to the hospital, they are pregnant, they are raped. I disagree with that. So I tend to agree with Minister Cassell that what they say, what the funny say, it takes a whole village to raise the child. So the fact here is, if the parents don't have the resources, they can look up to the church, they can look up to other in the community that will help them to provide the resources to raise the children. But most time, the parents are the one. Inappropriate supervision. They don't really care to see what's going on with the children. They don't know what the children are hanging. The child leave home. The child come home anytime, and the parent is acceptable to the parents, or the parents go to the market, sell up to 8, 9 o'clock at night, and leave the child alone. What do you expect the child to do? I mean, if you leave this child alone all day, of course, the child will explore other ways, other things, and sometimes it ends up to be the worst thing. I know our parents are poor, but sometimes even being poor, you can also still be a provider and caregiver for your child. So, Dr. Cassell, thank you very much. I mean, you said it rightly. You said it right.
Gayman, there's a question. I think that question is an important question.
I'm coming to that. JD, we have VAT. Our own man, Dixon, from our area there, is saying the same thing. Let's talk about poverty, right? When the people are poor, we know what happens when the people are lacking. To what extent should we look at the poverty side of this? People are extremely poor. You have your next door neighbor, the minister. You know, he has money, he got everything, and he's coming to the house and enticing people. How much poverty has to play with this?
Jerome, give and take. Let John put it on poverty. Yes, we know people are poor, but that doesn't give them the reason to give their children away at an early age. Okay? There are other things that they can do. Notwithstanding, if you are a parent, if the parent is educated and say, look, you want to help my child go to school. Don't help my child by sleeping with them, or help my child to get 3 meals a day. And that's why the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection, the social protection part, what we're doing the cash to needed family, the grandmothers who are taking care of their grandchildren. That's what the World Bank gave us, that money, so that we set up a system called social cash in all of the counties. But people got there and they start playing with the money and misuse it, and so the people had to cut out that program. This new administration is trying to get it back. The social cash was to go through the county and identify. Most of the people have their children and they leave them with their grandparents. The grandma sitting down there cutting wood or selling her little firewood. So you go and give her a package, not to pay back, but to make sure that she can buy food for the children. You train her, you teach them. And that's what the social protection came out, to protect these people. So I hope that this current government will continue working with the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection to ensure that the social protection part is still implemented to help the vulnerable. But there are some people that are in my community, that people can't even afford a couple of rest. But when I give it to them, then they think that they're entitled to it. And sometimes I get home, I call them, I say, okay, let's sit and let's talk. What it is that you want to do? I want that crash car. I want that gas. Okay, if you sell this gas or this crash car, how much you intend to get from it? When you get that money, what you want to do? First thing you want to buy that cell phone. Second thing you want a motorbike. The motorbike comes with gas, it comes with insurance, it comes with license. How are you going to pay for it? You get in the motorbike, I can tell you, 2 people in my neighborhood, I get a motorbike, where they did, they took it across to Guinea and sold it and ran away. Never came back to the man back home. So poverty is an issue. How do we solve it? If somebody is willing and ready to work, Madam can say to this Saturday, can I cut the grass? You tell you no? Yes. Why you cut the grass? Get you food to eat, you finish this and do. I ask you, I have a conversation with you. I walk through my community. While walking, I stop. If I see a grandmother sitting by the fire, I talk to her. And she say, my grandchildren are going to school, are cooking and they driving. I say, okay, yes, something so the red can be too dry, yeah? But who helping you? Now my son, where you son at? Oh, he working where in Nima? Okay. Those are people who want to transform their life. But because of their age and what she has to do to be home when her grandchildren come from school, those are people that need to be helped. Yes, poverty is a serious problem. But some of our people make themselves poor. You get somebody $5, they go past car, they put in their phone, they start watching all the video on social media. So with social media now, they are not working anymore. They're not volunteering. They're not helping themselves. But if they, Oma, where you at? Oma, went to the way now, Oma, please send me a small thing. That's the mentality of people. Tell me what you want to do. Tell me how you will do it. Tell me how we take you from point A to point B. Oma, to tell us Saturday, you will not saying you tell something. You're not helping yourself. So it's all about educating them and coming out and saying, look, Oma, you have my proposal. I got the proposal. I want to do it. And it will take me 3 months to do it. When I get it, this is where I will be the next 6 months. After 6 months, I'll be at 9 months. After 9 months, I'll be at 12 months. You helping yourself.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to Honorable Julia Duncan Cassell. Let me welcome Telvi. Telvi, welcome to the show.
Good. Hi. Glad to be on. Sorry, I can't come on camera just because of my environment.
Okay. Well, you know, the makeup gotta be right. Everything gotta be
You know
right.
that. You know that.
Thank you very much. We have our minister, her former minister, and quite a sobering conversation that we all have a responsibility. For me, those of us that grew up in the old times, civics was a very important subject in school. And they said everything starts with the family. Now we don't have that. Another thing that is missing is our society have not developed a social safety net. In the United States and other places, there's some kind of safety net, but you got to be qualified for it. But now, like the minister is saying, every young child you meet, every person you meet in the city, the first thing they want you to help them with is their data or their cell phone. Nobody talking about anything. You have any question, any issue, any comment?
Certainly, and I want to appreciate Madam Cassell for coming on. You know, Madam Cassell, let's start joke. You know, COVID time we used to be singing. I remember her being on the call. We used to be singing gospel song. We had a little choir going.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Yes, singing all the little old scriptures. Yeah, I enjoy it though. It took me back to my boarding school risk days. But thank you for all you do. I have 2 questions. So as I listen in, I wanted to ask you, because for me, I'm all about identifying the issues, but then also solutions. What can we do? You talk about a social program. You know, I was all ears. What can we do, or social cash? When I say we as a government or people, what can we do to bring back that program? It sounds like a good program. You know, at least it was a drop in the bucket. So what can we do?
Well, what can we do is to bring it back. The structure is already there. It's built before, because of government revenue, it was being supported by the World Bank. It was being supported by the World Bank. And USAID, I remember before we left, USAID gave us $1 million to add to what World Bank gave us. We left almost $13 million in a social protection account for the structure, because they felt that it was necessary. So I know that you said our President Trump is not doing what they're supposed to do, but the World Bank is still in Liberia. So the current minister and the current government can reapproach them to say this is the need. Instead of our people moving forward, we are going backward. How can we bring this program back? Maybe there's got something on the books that I'm not aware of yet, but I think that program was very successful. It hired people. It was in all of the counties. And so a lot of the young people in the county benefited, besides the grandmothers and the mothers and the disabled people. It was social protection to protect the less fortunate, give them a meal, put food on the table. So that's what we need to do, Devin.
Okay. My last question, I'll be very brief. Okay. So now that you're no longer in leadership, but you have wealth of knowledge, and of course, so have you reached out to President Boyka or gender or health, or, just reaching out to them and offering your services, or whatever way you can collaborate or point them in the direction, giving, your history?
Definitely. The current Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Minister Remy Horace Curry, when I was superintendent in Bassa, she worked with me. So I know her very well. And then she worked with Internal Affairs. She worked with Lands and Mines. Of course I have. But sometimes you can only do so much, and sometimes people feel intimidated, or you want to do their job, you make proposals, you make suggestions. I guess I reach out.
You care to share the feedback, or if it's confidential, don't share? No, well, I'm curious to know what was the response, though.
The response is, we get to you, ma'am.
Okay.
I reached out the current Minister of Health, Louis Poto, because if our children are healthy, I'm glad they have decided not to build a children's hospital. That was the dream of the late Dr. Wani Garguah. Okay, and that was something that was proposed when we attended the Children's Convention at Geneva. And now, after many years, they have agreed, they have located a place. That's a plus. That our children shouldn't be going to JFK. They should have a specialized hospital for children. So that is going on. So I have reached out to her too. And like Fanta said, there's something about data collection. Data collection is an information. I work for an international NGO out of Norway. And we have what called the African University Group, where they train people in data collections. You see what United States doing, and 6 out of the African countries that they have approached to take their data out of the country have rejected it, because you're exposing that country information. Liberia is part of that program. The late Emmett Dennis, when he was president for the University of Liberia, was introduced to that program. And students from the University of Liberia went to Norway to get the master's program and the PhD program. But like normally they go, they get it, they don't go back to give back. But we wanted to redo that program at the Bassa University. But the leadership that is there is refusing to respond to the people. But what we are saying, America is giving country a lot of money to access the data. No, your data should be secure and should be safe in your country.
Amen.
That's the way we can move it forward.
Amen.
So,
I hope they are listening.
We are still listening. We're talking to the Ministry of Health because we wanted to get Redemption Hospital involved and the hospital in Grand Bassa. I can be on board and the caring program Bassa in benefit. But just so they understand, we had 2 students that graduated. In fact, one of them from that program, data collection, is currently in Turkey doing her master's. And another young lady who was the vow for AMU is on that program. And Victor is an incoming graduate of AMU, from what university, and he's on that program because for Liberia, because we're not that big, so they can only take 2 students per semester to train them on data collection and data, so they can be in their own country and work with the African University Union.
Yeah,
and so we
global
for
nowadays. It's very important. Data privacy is key.
Yes.
So that's
excellent.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, let me go to Tomalin.
Okay, Madam Minister, let me again thank you for your service to our country, though. Okay, but I will come to what your critics, a lot of critics have criticized your tenure and even the government, Manasali government, on the issue of women, children, and our young people, young girls. They said that there's no data. You got left no blueprint, no data on the issue of rape and other issues that affect our young people. For instance, it thought the ministry would have set up a system where if a girl is under 16, she goes to the hospital to give birth, and they will try to get or demand that they tell them they got to find out who impregnated that child, and to find out who's doing this thing to the young people. But they will say that nothing was in place, and because of that, a lot of high officials, top people in the country got away with these abuse to our young girls, and they also said that since 2005, 2006, the government of Madam Salif and her ministries received the highest amount of support from the international community, and there were a lot of resources that was appropriated to this government and to the ministry, especially, to have done a lot of these things that could have curtailed these attacks on our young girls. What do you say to your critics who say these things about you and your government you serve?
I'm muted.
Let me say to you, Mr. George, you know, the more you criticize me, I'm a scorpion. The stronger I stand, okay? If you knew these things were going on, what did you do? I said it before you got on the show. Madam Salif was an international icon. Madam Salif did what the United States of America can't do. So Madam Salif is not there anymore. What is the way forward? People were criticized, but they will not come up with solution. Madam Salif got a lot of support because she invested in women and young girls and children. It was under Madam Salif the time that the ministry became Gender, Children, and Social Protection. It was under Madam Salif the rural women travel around the world. The cross-border women were identified. The women in savings and loan, the marketing association, tell them to go back and do their research. Because Madam Salif had an NGO, and that time she was promoting rural women and market women. And because of that, coming after a crisis when there was nothing on the ground, you know what Madam did? Before she took over, all the peacekeepers were male. She went to the United Nations and told them, look, I need some women peacekeepers because these male peacekeepers are molesting our young people. What the Indians did, they sent a whole battalion of Indian officers. And because of that, those women were all in the villages, all in the county, training people. The Indian were the best because of Madam Salif. And people keep saying, oh yeah, you could have done this. But what did you do to help it? It's okay to criticize. Jesus Christ was criticized. Because these are lazy people who do nothing. When I was turning over, I still got a copy. It was done at the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection with all our donors and our partners. I share a copy of our turning over notes of what we did, what we left in the bank. UN Women, World Bank, UN were there, and it was presented to Madam Pisota. Madam Salif asked us to do that, and we provided copies at our last cabinet meeting. But all of the donors that were supporting the ministry had copies. I still got my copy. So for somebody to say there was no record in data, people go to the hospital, they're not nothing to go follow who go hospital or not. It is the Ministry of Health. And the ministry is a part of the gender focus group. So if they report to us that we had 3 persons that came and XYZ and they need more attention to the gender ministry, we take care of that. But we can't go follow everybody that go hospital. We're not in a health issue. So people should understand the functions and the authority of the ministry. The ministry is not a police. They do not have arresting power. They do not. The ministry does not produce revenue. They do not. The ministry go out there. We make friends around the world that today we can still stand because some of our partners are still inviting us to make a difference in their places too. What we did for Ebola. What did they do when COVID came? The people who criticizing, people died of little things that could have been prevented. Ebola, what was the worst? We travel abroad when people refuse to let us stay in our houses. We stay in hotels. We work. We attend the conferences to make sure that the necessary money was given to Liberia to fight Ebola, to take care of the Ebola children. We didn't stop there. All those children that lost their parents, we ensured that they were adopted, they were cared for by nice or kin, and they were in school. So criticism, the adolescent girls department were established under Madam Selife's administration. The children's division, you had Speaker of the Children's Parliament, you had the adolescent girls. We had girls in all of the boarding schools in Liberia that we thought was vulnerable and they needed protection. They were all boarding schools. What happened? They closed the boarding schools and down after we left because they misused the money. So it's okay, but we are not there right now. So all of those critics, I will ask them on this platform to put their way forward, their own suggestions, and let's see the other people work with it. Don't just sit and talk out of what you don't know. Put your talk to work. Say, look, Madam Kasser, Madam Selif didn't do this, but this is what I'm proposing to government. Let's see how government will use that so we can find a way forward. Yes, our children need help. Our women today, the market women, the rural women, the cross-border women, I didn't hear any of them talking about those people. Or they talk about the young girls, yes. But who are abusing these girls? It's the men. It's their brothers, it's their fathers, it's their uncle, it's their grandfather. And it's not strangers. Most of the time, the people they know. Before you came on Tomalin, I told you how I arrested. And I went to the Capitol building, a state representative, because the family reported it. If we are aware, we will do it. If we're not, we can't go looking for it until it is brought to the ministry attention. We have coordinators in all of the 15 counties. There are coordinators at all the police stations in the country. So if reports are taken there, they share it with the Ministry of Gender. Then the Ministry of Gender can start advocating for those people. We left 9 safe rooms open. All of them are closed today. This new administration is reopening them bit by bit. Why did they close the safe room down? Because money that was supposed to be used for the safe rooms was used for something else. Let it criticize. It made me even stronger and even bigger. But we had a good team. We had an organized team. From the security to all of the deputy minister. That ministry became one of the largest ministries after it was turned from gender and development to gender, children, and social protection. We have 4 deputy ministers with qualified specialty. We have 4 assistant ministers. We have programmers. We did more programs than any other ministry. The records are there. But when our people are lazy to read or go to research, they will criticize. Nothing wrong with that. I'm big enough. I can take it. Bring it on.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So, but Madam Minister, it is believed, like again, it shows that we had a government for 12 years, head about female, and her, in fact, the Justice Minister was also a female Justice Minister, and the Gender Minister, and this government received millions of dollars from the international community. In fact, Madam Selif was considered the darling of the West. She received the money she received. The Wea government did not receive it. I don't think the Baga government will receive it. And so people believe that there are a lot that could have been done. And like they're saying that, for instance, if they have put things in place that once you put certain things in place, structures, I don't care what happened. In the government come, they just cannot allow it to go down.
Chimade, that's not true.
Well, let me just finish.
Because you're repeating what other people have said already. So it's not true. Let me cut you off there.
GP, everybody was giving a lot of money to the ministry, especially gender and so forth, health ministry. They got a lot of money. And to see today that there's Madam Salif cannot point to a legacy to say, well, them a legacy for young girls. Like what we see, at least Madam Weah, the first leader of like former first lady Madam Weah, they can show say, well, that's why she left. She left this. It's a legacy. It's the city of hope. And then lastly, you see one president, when then Vice President Baga said that they squandered opportunities, that's what we're talking about. That money came to your government and it was squandered. It wasn't used the right way. That's why when he said we squandered our opportunities. How do you respond to these critics? Thank you.
Tomalin.
Yeah.
Yes, Madam will consider that I said before, the first female president in the republic, and because she had worked in international settings, so she made friends, and she's a finance person. Her background. So when she go and she make her case, and they got the right to support her. If other people don't have friends and don't know how to make their case, President Weah is a soccer player. He shall have a lot of millionaire friends, but you have to have a program. If you don't have a program, the international community will not support you. And that's what you are missing. I'm not going to comment on the first lady. Madam Salif didn't have a first gentleman, but Madam Salif met the country in a devastating position when everything was down. So the priority was a lot. It was getting people to believe in peace and security, to make sure that the peace, all of the Zogos, all of the fighters, to get them together on a unit. That was her first thing. How do we maintain the peace? That was her first priority. You can build a school, you can build this if it's not safe. We have all the ex-combatants. We have all the former generals. Okay? So people can realize 12 years, yes, but what did you meet? What did you do? It is there. The peace that they are enjoying today, it is because of the work that Madam Salif did. It didn't happen overnight.
But she had 80,000 foreign troops in the country, though.
Listen to me. They were there, but they were not there to do certain things. They were there to guide peace. So nobody is stopping any other president from doing the same. But because the premises were laid, that the peace, we got to keep it. Because she involved the women into leadership. She involved the young children, the youth. You know how many people or persons, the girls today, before you came, we name a lot of them that benefited from her leadership. I won't say me, I'm not going to take credit for it because these were the programs we presented to her. She supported it. She introduced us to people. But when the money comes, it can say, if it's not for school, it's not for school. If it's not for marketers, you can use the money for school for marketers. It was given for a purpose. And Madam Salif believed in her market women, her rural women, and the cross-border traders. So they all got loans and got money to carry on their business, but not that, but to also get trained. They had an educational fund that was led by Dr. What's her name? I've forgotten her name. Okay? They had different programs, like I said. We had 200 girls on Balatwa mission. That mission was down. Semanam Torba died. We rebuilt that mission in Balatwa, in Joel, who was Vice President County. It was honored to tell you that they closed the mission down. Balatwa mission, 200 students from Popolu, Bon County, and Nima at that mission. 200 girls. And that mission was supported by the Norwegian government with funding that they gave to Madam Salif government, to the ministry, to make sure that these girls from the rural area have quality education. We got money for Rex Institute. During the war, the female dormitory at Rex was damaged. We negotiated with them to renovate and furnish the dormitory, and we gave 40 girls scholarship. The girls from Rex Institute came from Kitman, Bombay County, Montserrat, and went to Rex, and today they got master's degree. They graduated. We renovated the dormitory on Bombay Mission. Bomble was the only all-girls mission in Liberia. The girls from there today, 40 girls that were supported, and girls that were in other schools. We renovated the YWCA. I don't know if you remember when those girls were stranded in Lebanon, when we brought them back. That was the safe room for them. When we started taking the girls off the street, the YWCA, that place was built by Madam Toba, our first lady, is down today. We got 2 first ladies, none of them have repaired it or fixed it. But that was the safe place. So I used to come from Bassa. When I come to my refugee, I used to stay at the Y. I grew up in the Y. So that's why we put emphasis on those places where girls had the safe space. Besides that, there were other schools, CWA. When we saw the need, these girls went there. We had 2 girls. They were twins. They were Fulanis. And they wanted them to go get married. And they came to the ministry and reported it. We said no. They said, oh, then my pastor said, you'll not pay our school fee. We took them from there. We said, you want to leave? They said, yes. And they were in CWA. And they were of age that they went to school late, but they were smart. Today, those girls that graduated with honor. Now they can go back to their parents. They want to get married, they can get married, but they made that decision that they wanted to go to school. But those are not things to go and put on public news. Those are things you are supposed to do as a ministry. Those are things that are supposed to just happen. The social cash in the 15 counties that was supported by the World Bank. They didn't take the cash and put it in my hand. The lawmakers had to approve it. Once it was approved, there was a system put in place that the World Bank worked along with us to ensure that the distribution of that money was done properly. So if people want to be creators, let them go to UNDP, let them go to the World Bank, let them go to UN Women. We've supported women in leadership. We train them. Those are money, they don't take it and give it to you individually. They come up with you come up with a program, and they will support the program with supervision.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Now we're going to go to the compare and contrast section of our. I know we call you for 2 hours, so we're going to make good use of our last hour here with you. We want to look at the Unity Party from 2005 to 2016, and the new Unity Party from 2024 to now. Who's that now? Jackson? They Jackson, man, they grow people. Something wrong with your man.
I'm not a grower, man.
Now you're gonna behave just like a Harrison Jadia. When something good happen in Sano, he say I'm a Sano man. When something happy, when something bad happen, he say I'm Sapo. I'm not Sano, I'm Sapo. Yeah, so we're gonna look at. Let me start with Victor. Victor, we're gonna look at the Unity Party 2006 when they came to power to the time they left, compared to the new Unity Party now. We're gonna compare and contrast whether they are the same, what's the difference. But I will let you to start on that note.
Well, yeah, thank you very much. I'm glad we are pivoting there. Madam Minister, lately we followed the former president. You know, I heard you say some of the pieces of advice that you offered to some of the young people now in government, you know, Minister of Health, I believe Minister of Education and the like. But I heard the president's last interview where she went to the House, the legislature, and she spoke about, you know, the dual citizenship law. She thinks it should be giving some attention. And then she conducted this interview. She said she and the current president don't talk often. She wish they did. I think that said a lot. In the same interview, she decried, you know, the state of, you know, the cleanliness or the lack thereof of Monrovia. And I guess if Monrovia is not clean, the rest of Liberia is not. I'm just wondering, I was going to talk about female representation as well during her time, which was very, very abysmal. Less than 12% in the legislature, even though there was a law that was being proposed for political parties to increase their representation to at least 30%. She failed miserably at that. So she seemed to be pushing why she is also apparently regretting some of her lack of success in some of these areas. I was just wondering, what is it? I know you're close to her. What is preoccupying her these days? What is she doing? She seems to be suggesting that she is still ready and willing to push to move the country forward.
Let me say this, Victor. I am not going to speak for Madame Salif. She's who she is. Madame Salif is a Scorpion, and so am I. And we don't bite our tongue. She sees things, and she says it as she sees it. Madame Salif and President Bouaka are friends. They both are graduates of CWA. I know when Action Party did what they did to her. But later on, Action Party came and joined with Unity Party. The chairman then for Action Party was Councilor Finance chairman. So the second round, it was obvious everybody thought that he was going to be the next vice president. And she said, no, if the party carried me at the standard bearer again, I will go with my friend, Joe Bouaka. So if there were anything personal among them, she would not have done that. But she chose him twice. But it's not Joe Bouaka or Ellen. Normally, it's the people around people. Okay? It's the people around people. They are friends. But what she is saying, but she herself don't sit down. She can walk up.
The reports that we were getting prior to the election that she did not endorse him to succeed her as president.
How do you endorse somebody? Let me go there now. I'm not going to say much, but let me say something to you. No, Victor. No, wait.
The care of war is going to be open soon.
Victor, don't forget, we were suspended by the party.
Yes.
And so our suspension was not lifted. So how will you go there? How will you talk to me? I was running. 2 times the party denied me. They deny us.
I see.
So how do you go identify if they made new family, new party members? So if you suspend it, how do you? But God, you know about it, a secret about it. But we would have thought that all of us that were suspended because of our attachment to Madame Salif were being reinstated.
Right.
I was the assistant secretary for diaspora affairs for the Unity Party. You know how much money I raised for Unity Party? Kamara Kone, Noah Gberia, and others. I want to start calling names. From California to Virginia to Liberia. I'm just saying to say that the people told him, if you bring these people like any people, because they were intimidated by strong people. And they bought into it. I never left the party. I've never changed my party. But because we're suspended, so how do you identify with them openly? How? Simple. So Madame Salif probably still feel hurt because it was done on her birthday.
Right. Okay.
It was done on her birthday.
So yeah, I get it. You're saying they're friends, but
notwithstanding, wait, today that what you call the holiday?
Unification. I'm sure we haven't talked about it much.
Okay.
But, yeah,
so if we to unify, even after that, you work together. You will be the bigger person as president. You are the president. And say, look, that back on be back on. You know the children there or whatever happened in the political talk. Simple.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah, you're not the first president urging the president to reach for. A lot of us have said that, even calling the opposition to a little breakfast or lunch, that's something the president could do. But let me ask you, as you're going on, what is the current president relationship with her former party chairman, Councillor Sherman?
The former president,
President
the councillor?
Yes.
No, I don't want to, I don't know. I'm not in the country. I've not seen Councillor Sherman for a while, but I was under Councillor Sherman and we must pay as secretary. They made me go pay my money and register to run the party ticket. Only after they took my money, then they say I suspended.
They will suspend
I did not give my money back. So I had to go independent. The 2 times I went independent. I didn't go join no party. So that second right to be able to make a decision.
They still owe you. They still owe you. We're coming to Johnny, come on here. Were you part of the suspension too?
Wait, Mr. Jimmy, what's
Johnny, excuse me, Fanta. I know. Thank you very much for putting me on the spot. Fanta, go ahead.
Censoring me? Like, is that what's happening?
Yeah, we suspended you too.
Impossible. It can't happen.
we suspended you too after you pay your dues and everything. Yeah, go ahead, Fanta.
I was here with you first, okay?
Yeah,
yes, you were there, Fanta. Fanta always been there.
Thank you,
suspended. I suspended her.
Quick question. So, I know you touched a little bit on it earlier, but I want you to expand on it because it's appearing to be a phenomenon. There are growing concerns that influential people accused of sexual abuse, sexual crimes, often escape accountability because of politics or political ties, because of money, because of connections. Let's just put it that way. In your view, is Liberia serious about protecting children? As I mentioned the stat earlier of that 83% and 40% is children under 12. Is Liberia serious about protecting children, or are we protecting powerful predators and pedophiles?
Sometimes I think that question is for the bigger population. I don't think I can sit on this platform and tell you nay or yea. Okay, because
no, just because you have the position of gender minister.
But you can only do for so much. There are 3 branches of government. Then there's civil society. Who has the background? Let me tell you once, when I was minister, we had a case, and that case was reported, and the NGO decided that they were going to demonstrate. You know what I did? And they were not expecting me. I left my office, and I called my whole team. We demonstrated with them, and we marched to the mansion to tell Madam that she needed to take action. So that's how you do. But whether it's being done now, it's not being done, I can't tell you. That question belongs to the government, the current one. They need to address that. It's a serious issue.
Yes,
but
you as a
whenever there was a dispute or there was something at a school, I won't send people. I will go there myself because I wanted facts, because I had to make a report to the president. So instead of just saying, oh, let my assistant go, let my director go, I was involved in it because of my passion for it. I was involved. Okay. So I'm just saying to you that your question is in place, but it's directed to the wrong person.
But you've been a member of society.
But time has changed. I'm still a member of society. I'm still active. I'm still involved in the women's environment and LGBT, but I can only advise. I can only consult, but the decision is now with me.
So do you think we're protecting like powerful predators?
Pardon me?
Do you think we're protecting powerful predators?
I said, I'm not going to question that because I know what happened and I know how, because of what I did to that representative, where I was, what happened to me, but because of who I am, I didn't get a chance. Mm-hmm. You know, what's his name? I said the question about Maria being dirty. Madam Salif had to travel one time. And Mary Bro was then acting city mayor. Grace Pond was the superintendent of Monserrato County. Mary Bro had gone to the legislature because they summoned her. When she got there, they gave her the Bible to swear on. and she said the Bible was dirty, she would not do it. They ordered her to be arrested, and Grace Brown was there with her, and they wanted to send her to Central Prison. I was told, I left the women because the house knew that I was the officer in charge in absence of the president. So to get back to the president, they were going to have me arrested for having Myean and Grace Brown not entering Central Prison because Myean had cleaned up the city and everybody used to praise her about it. Okay. And while she said that the Bible was dirty, how the Capitol was dirty, so they who held her in contempt. But when I got to the Capitol and I look at the faces of all of the lawmakers, I said, "It won't let me put me in jail. Officer in charge, the president of the country. I'm in charge, breaking law, the vice president." I just said to them, if I did anything, I apologize. Everybody looked at me and said, "No, you got to answer the question." I said, "Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I apologize." And the international community, everybody was at the Capitol. And all they asked me, I didn't answer nothing. I said, "I apologize." Then my pastor brother called and said, "Look, the minister have apologized. You can hold her in contempt. You let her go." But after I got outside, everybody in the press, "Oh my, where you get out of one for you apologize?" I said, "Because the people there wanted to put me in jail, I'm going to go say why. I don't care what I have to explain to them, they're not going to understand it." So in my own thinking, most of the time when things happen is because we talk about education for civil education, for GBV, and all the other violences against women and our children. But we need to talk about education for who we elect. Because the lawmaker have three responsibilities. They are not using their oversight responsibility. They are making laws. But how are they making sure that those laws are implemented? They are not using their oversight. Our people go and vote their friends, their family, not looking at the capacity. Each lawmaker is responsible to 16 staffers. Among those staffers, you're supposed to have a programmer, a researcher, or this. But they take people over there who know nothing about it and put in the offices. So that is our problem, that we elect the wrong people and not just in Liberia. Or now, and you see the program in England now. You see what happened in South Africa? You see what happened? So election is the problem.
So I'm going to take that as a we are protecting powerful predators, so you're not going to say it.
So we elect the wrong people, so we need to start the voter education now.
No problem.
And that comes with civic education. How do you determine who you vote for?
Yeah. So
that's it. What you're looking at, what the office going to look like. How do they intend to go there? What law are they going to pass? How are they going to exercise their oversight responsibility?
Yeah. No, I think
those are what we need to talk about. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that answers like the question. So it's absolutely true that we are doing that. Speaking of what you just mentioned, you know, the importance of education, the people that we elect. When it comes to women and youth, they often feel exploited. They often feel especially when it comes time like around election, right? Many young people have argued that Liberia's political class, as they've coined it, Liberia political class, only care about discussing women and youth issues, right? Women, they talk about women and youth empowerment only during elections, while the unemployment rate, as I mentioned, exploitation, and abuse continues to destroy their lives on a daily basis. We're seeing the drug crisis like among the youth. We're seeing the unemployment and the lack of protection like for women and all of that. So my question to you is that, has empowerment become more of a slogan than a real national agenda?
Well, to answer your question, empowerment comes in different forms. It's not just giving out cash or giving out stuff. People tell them, say, "Oh, when you vote for me, I will build market." You build a market, a person stay in the street. They say, "You vote for me, I will build a clinic." You build a clinic, the person gets sick, they take them to the sick bush. So those are some of the things that are missing. People dedicating buildings, and again, it's not functional. People dedicating schools, it's not functional.
The school building not open. You dedicating science lab. It's not functional. You don't dedicate until it's ready to start working. You say you're going to do something for the young people. You built a science lab with the students needed before they took the wire test. Up to now, it's been almost, 5-6 months. The lab is not functional. So the empowerment, you want to empower the young people, you empower yourself to by completing these projects. You don't check the structure is not the project. It is not. The maintenance of that project, the continuity of that project. These are a lot of things that are hampering empowerment, because during election time, all of the political promises are made. But when they are made, do we who voted for these people hold their feet to the fire? No, we go sit down. And most of the voters are on loan. They run from one party to the other party. You heard Raya, my own Raya, they wear your t-shirt, by the time they're going to the party hall, they take off my t-shirt, they put on your own. So how will you empower them when the loyalty is not there? So there's a lot of ways why people are not being empowered, because they take the money or take the goods up front. When elections are held, the people think that they owe them no responsibility, but they do. They do. So those are some of what is hampering our society. Is people living up to promises, people keeping their promises, and those who send all the political song behind you will continue to do it. And hold your feet to fire that those promises are delivered. Most of the promises that are made are based on legislative projects. Those legislative projects are taxpayer money. They are taxpayer money. So there's nothing wrong with asking your lawmaker why the project is not completed, why the project is not going forward. There's nothing wrong with that. But they don't. Yeah. They don't.
Thank you.
So who do you blame? And when it comes to the women, I think women, besides Annie now, the only woman that has women voices, a woman newspaper, solely owned by a woman. Okay? All the other newspaper and news media are owned by men. The radio stations. So we need more women to get into the media. We need more women to get into social media, be creators, and start being active. But most of the news medias, when you go to court, you see all the news boys in there. How many women do you find there for that? Women need to go beyond and go to those areas that are hard to reach, make the efforts to do that. And this is where the involvement, they just celebrate Press Union Day. Okay? How many women did the press elevated? How? So it's all around. You got women who will say, no, I beg a woman when she get it, she will not tell me, I'm going to support my brother. So that's what happened. But that's what our program used to do. Now the EJS Center, the Eddie Johnson Center, is promoting women in leadership, not just in Liberia, but in Africa as a whole. But it's a center she's building, and the office is right on her compound. There are a lot of young women today are going through that program and have graduated from the program. You got the young professionals people that is headed by a young lady. When we go to the high school, encourage the university and young girls to go and take advantage of these programs. You got Eddie Nyenwolo program. How many girls to sign up for those programs? I have a program called Girls of Destiny. I do Dress a Girl. I do a career day coaching with them from the Liberia High School in Buchanan. But that's not enough. How many of us go back to give to these girls? They can say, let me go sign my cold water, yeah. Leave me with your women business. That is the attitude. Fanta. Not that somebody is stopping them, but they don't challenge themselves. How many women you know own an attire shop? All the attire shop go to owned by men. If a woman could actually go to visit. So why women can start opening their own attire shop and talking about their own issues? Why? Nobody is stopping them. Why are women not running their own radio station? Why?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are on fire today, a different kind of fire. You know, I like to dream my attire, but the first time I'm actually thinking about it, all the attire shop, man, I've never seen one owned by a woman. Johnny, we are talking about educating our women, not just the women, our culture, our society. This is your area. How do we blow this horn, the megaphone we have, to reach out to our girls, to our mothers? One thing she said, and she's saying it from the Basso perspective. Our mothers will say, you owe enough now, you're going to give me a grandchild. Or you in Basso, they say, when you're going to put baby on my back, I ain't going to get grandchild too. So this girl is 14, 15, or 16, and you send this to her. So the pressure, the social pressure, the cultural pressure, the family pressure is there. Knowing that you are poor, you in a house, you're barely feeding yourself. And then you are telling the baby that is there with you, when you're going to make me grandma. You can't feed yourself, you can't even feed her. Then you want somebody to make you grandma. Talk to her about the cultural relevance or some of the things that we all got to fight.
So, you see, Mr. Gayman, I like the way you put the point when it comes to sociological things. Look, we have a law that we pass in this country. That's why I want to let Mr. Peabody know that the law we got says rape is categorized into two. Anybody below 18 is called statutory rape, whether male or female. And we have population of teenagers, female teenagers. I don't have the statistics, but from what I see, just from looking at participatory observation, teenagers between the age of 13 to 16, 17, almost in Monrovia and everywhere in Liberia, are pregnant. Maybe like 60-70% of them across the country are pregnant or they have a child already. But by law, that age group should not have a child, should not be involved with sexual activity, because the law says below 18 is considered as statutory rape. We have that as a law. But again, culturally or by society's standard, girls at that age are pregnant all around and go to the hospital every day. So my point is, do you arrest the man who has that 17, 16, 15-year-old girl that's pregnant going to the hospital? Why are we not arresting them and charging them with statutory rape? I would like for the minister to talk about this, because this is a dominant social problem, teenage pregnancy. And almost everyone that goes to the hospital pregnant, female pregnant, is related to a male. They have a boyfriend or somebody as their partner. But by law, technically, that man should be arrested and charged with the charge of statutory rape.
But
Let's
John,
say,
John, let me
yeah.
push back. What happened there? Two teenagers that are having a relationship, and as a result, a child is born.
Yeah, that's a different situation where the society or the leadership, the system will address. But what percentage of that pregnancy of female, of teenage pregnancy is through a 16, 17, 18-year-old child? If you have a child, a person 19, 21, 23, 25 years old, most of the teenage pregnancy are through boys of age 20 and above. Most of them. The population of girls below, boys below 18 is by far less. But boys above 18 and 18 to 25 are the ones who have these young girls at 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 pregnant. Are we prepared to arrest all of them, since it is by law? So we go back to say that before we pass a law, we must assess society. We have to do a cultural analysis of the people. You don't make law because you want to satisfy your desire as an individual. The law should be there for the happiness of the people. So we have this law existing now. But like I said, everybody here, and even though listen to us on the radio or through the social media, they know exactly that we have a lot of girls in the country below the age of 18 that are pregnant, that even had 2 children already. So that's an issue. Now, going back to the national government desire to address this issue. The thing can be done by just having a workshop or seminar. There has to be a consistent program in these agencies. I worked 16 straight years with the Cattle Center doing program in the counties. I went to meetings many times with people in government to the agency, asking them to incorporate the program that we're holding so that it can be a national program that it will continue to exist. I work with traditional chiefs and leaders to tell them about these issues. We have more than 5 lawyers that went everywhere in this country to inform our local traditional chiefs and leaders to get involved with helping the people to avoid teen pregnancy and even rape issue. We had a big program in Banga, like I said, 200 plus people attended, all traditional chiefs and women leaders, traditional zones and things. They indicated in that meeting in front of the UNDP people and the people of the Liberian government that we culturally do not support rape. It is the system that you guys are introducing in the country. And I'll tell you one case before I close it. When I grew up in Lofa, there was a place on our farm road. It was like a deep, one down the hill, go up. The guys were high inside the bush. And harass women going on the farm. This day, the senior Zoe, the senior female Zoe, decided she would take an action. She took her granddaughter, maybe around 15, 16, 17 years old, let's go on the farm. She prepare for him. As soon as they came down the hill, about to climb the next hill, the guy jumped on the road. Oh, they said, oh, don't worry. I got my daughter here. I'm too old for you. The guy and the lady entered the bush. He didn't know the plane with that old lady. When he got in that place, what he wanted to do, Omaya grabbed everything he had and switched it off with her switch blade. And she put it in, so then she tied up, put it in her bed, told her daughter, let's go out to the zoo house. They went back to the women's zoo house. She called all women concerned. I'm telling you today, I heard it from my grandmother. I didn't see it happening. Mm-hmm. And women had that as secret to protect themselves against it. So culturally, what I know, rape is a serious offense culturally. What I know is a serious offense. But because right now, we have a lot of confusion in Liberia. People tend to be culture sensitive, but they don't know much, and they mix everything up. So like, the whole country is just confused with what's going on. But going back to the issue of rape, rape is considered as a serious offense. We have made law, but the law that we have, every day we see young girls passing in front of us pregnant. They go to the hospital pregnant. So why don't we go and arrest those guys that have made the girls pregnant? And if we do that, Mr. Gayman, we do that, we'll be putting more than 10% or 20% of the young people in jail. You understand that? So let's discuss it from a social perspective. Is this law holding? Is this law helping us? How can we maintain this law? How can we, maintain social order with all the things happening ahead of us here, right in our own presence? So it's a serious issue, but I think the Ministry of Gender, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Health, and all those national government agencies need to come together and do a continual program that will address this issue to create the necessary education. It's not going to be 2-day workshop, 3-day workshop. Let it be part of the budget. Instead of giving people $40,000 card around every 3 years, let's do a budget plan where it will be a continual program on the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Justice, where people will be informed about these laws and they will take action to protect their children in the community. Look, I see that just recently I was in Lofa in my village. I sit down there, I look at my own 2 eyes. I see young girls below the age of 18 pregnant, and they already had the first child. So I'm wondering, I said, why is the law going to help? The rape law, how is it going to help? You understand? So it's a national concern, but it requires people with deliberate action who want to do something better. It comes from the leadership of the country. If they know the issues, that is why we need to sponsor and put more money into research. Let the universities do research and provide information. Those information will be used as the basis of policy making in this country. When have you heard that Unified Liberia have done a research and give an outcome, and the government will see that as a policy making process? When have you heard that the Colonial University have done a research and this is the funding and government is taking onto it? When have you heard that UMU or AMU or any other university in the country have done a research that the government is using as an issue? When has legislature, all the people got research officer in the office, what do they do with research? All the representatives, the senators, they have research officer in the office. What are they researching? How informed are they? And they should be speaking from an informed position when they're having argument in the legislature. How can you take a high school graduate to be a research officer in your office? How you take a college student to be a research officer in your office? You should take professionals. in your office that will inform your actions, your decision you take in the office. But that is why the system is just dying every other day. I listen to Madam Kasai speaking on the issues and things. We need to be deliberate and intentional to address these issues. Is this law helping us? Is this law important? Is this law necessary for Liberia? It's not my question to answer. Liberia should answer. And I will tell you, in the conference we had in Banga, the leaders that came from the various countries there, we should address rape. Anyone found guilty of rape, even raping a child below 18, should be castrated. Right there, people from government, people from UN said it was too harsh. It was too harsh action to take against perpetrator of rape. So what do we do? What do we do? So we're going to discuss it. It needs national discussion.
We will discuss, ladies and gentlemen. We have our guest here for 30 more minutes, and then we'll let her go. But I want us to look at this video. I know in Myean, I think Myean may not be there, but let me play this video. I don't know if you saw it earlier. Yeah. Somebody sent me this video today, and I saw it, and I almost died laughing. I don't know if you've seen the video.
Yes, I saw it. It was posted on Facebook. I saw it. You know.
We'll talk about it after it gets good. I got one question to ask you.
After our guests leave, we'll pivot into that. But
when
I saw that video, I felt almost fell off my seat. Yeah,
can I bring politics into the discussion small?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Got 30 minutes to do all your politics.
Yeah, we'll be in 2 minutes, 2 into 1, right? Madam Minister, you first of all, I will ask the question. Ask both questions. You answer it together. The first thing, President Bouaka said that in 2017, he said, after working with you guys for 12 years, he said you guys refused to support him. You guys did not support him. In fact, you guys were supporting President Myean at the time, Kennedy Weah. And after working with you guys 12 years, you and Madam Salih decided not to support him at all. And he said, he made it clear. He said on the Coastal Show, and we were asked, he said, you know what he did to you guys? You guys refused to support him. And that's in the history book. But maybe you can tell why you refuse to support him. And then my next question is, Senator Yomri Kangalari was doing a ballot 2019. You got Madam Dakosa. She says she's running. You got Montgomery from LRA. Say he's running. Now you are a veteran of Grand Bassa County. You are a household name. You are well known. You are and your endorsement means a lot. If you I don't know whether you're running, but if you are running, the race will be more bigger again. If you are running, please tell us if you're running. Number two, if you're not running, who will you support? Will you support Madam Lawrence going for another 9 more years, or you will support Dakosa or Montgomery? Thank you,
Mr. George.
Yeah, go ahead.
The other half Bassa mayor, but he's from Nagbe, not from Bassa. Anyway, but your first question, 2017, like I said to you, was suspended from the party. Our suspension was never lifted. So how we're going to support?
Well, before that, he said before that.
No. It was before the elections. I'm telling you. I was running.
In October.
Yeah, man, listen to me. But still, the bad feelings were there. This were that were there. We were suspended. If the suspension were lifted, there would have been no problem. But it wasn't. Now we're standing to your second question. Why they running? Someone be walking behind him. You got Magdalene Harris that running too. You got Jonathan Capet that running. So you're leaving other people's names out. Their names will continue to come. There are other young scholars from Bassa have decided they won't put their hat in the race because all the older people have failed them. My own thing, you asked if I run it, I would tell you at the appropriate time because I think right now I'm doing my background work, but I don't want to be senator. The county is too big. I believe that if you're a representative, you got control over your district, you can develop your district more than you can do. Because most of the senators that we have had, someone ain't even been to half of the county. They don't even know what I look like.
Wow.
They don't. But as a representative, you are elected by that people from that district. And they can't even take it. They're talking about creating new districts.
It's a joke.
So until that is done, people cannot say whether they're going to run because you know where you will fall if it's passed. If it is passed. So you can't start doing work in one place, then you go redistrict, to do the districts, then you find yourself somewhere else. So that's an obstacle. It hasn't passed yet. You had the autonomous put bill in pass yet, or when year whether that's secret. So everything in our legislature is secret. So until they can tell us what it is, people are talking about the senators because it's the whole county. But as far as the districts goes, we are still in limbo as to how is it going to be? Where is it going to fall? How many people constitute a district?
Are you satisfied
What is supposed to be in a district?
Are you satisfied with work? Are you satisfied with Madam Kanga Lawrence and?
No, me, you're not going there. Satisfied well with the senators were elected. I ran a campaign.
Are you satisfied with there? Yeah, but are you satisfied with?
That's not got my family. Yumpy because I wanted a woman there. Maybe Kaba was going to have a legislator without a female. And that time it was with PPP. We supported her.
What you be your grave right now for your time you been there?
I'm not giving you no great $3 million.
Pastor is still in darkness.
So
and they breached to the university. They can't get fixed. They're not do groundbreaking 50 times.
Tomalin, wait, man. Let me explore my opportunity. So right now, Madam Minister, you don't have a party? I mean, the CMC is right here.
All right,
CMC still looking for people.
What they call CMC? That new party?
Yeah, Congress, Citizen Movement for Change. Let me just make this point. And I think the minister made some salient point. We elect people into the national legislature. I don't know what is the criteria because you're supposed to have certain number of staff to help you to do your job. And some of those individuals are supposed to be researchers. Like, for example, if you are a representative or if you're a senator, you will have somebody who has background in research to be able to sit in your office, to be able to do a lot of research work. But it appears like those that have been elected, I don't know what is the criteria that when you become elected, what are you supposed to follow or set guidelines? I don't know whether there's a guideline say, hey, look, you're supposed to, once you are elected, you will have the X number of individuals in your staff in your office, and they should have this certain level of qualifications. I don't know whether that guideline is there because it appears to me that while these people they are elected and they recruit all of these people to work for them, they deliberately decide to recruit people who are not educated, people who do not have background in the different fields that are supposed to be working with them because they don't want to pay them the money that they are due to be paid. They want to underpay them and they use the other money just for their own benefit. I think that's wrong. The national legislature needs to come up with a program saying, hey, look, when you're elected, you need X number of staff. This X number of staff, the different qualifications should be spelled out, and people should be recruited and hired based on their qualifications. I think that is very important because, and the reason why I brought this up is that if you recall recently, your own Basel people, I understand that they were allegedly promised $10 million and they crafted a bill to decentralize the port of Liberia, the free port of, National Port Authority. And these people, when they crafted a bill with no research done, they didn't call expert opinions to find out the impact that that new bill was going to have. They didn't do no research. They did that bill hurriedly because they were promised $10 million, allegedly, and they sent it to the president. The president, in his own wisdom, and I think we kick against that bill, in his own wisdom, vetoed that bill and told them to go back and do a little bit of groundwork and be able to bring the bill back.
I don't think that bill has ever seen the day of I'm not seeing the day of light anymore. But this tells us that look, most of the people in the national legislature apparently they don't know what they are doing. Because how can you put up a bill without doing no research? And then you want the president and they pass it in the legislature and then you want to force it down the throat of the Liberian people. That's obviously wrong.
Well, the superintendent will be back. She got 20 more minutes here. And there she goes. We're talking about, he's talking about the elections in Liberia. You know, our constitution gave us the right to elect people of our liking, one of our own, right? So Julia Donkey Cassell, Honorable Julia Donkey Cassell goes to run. Johnny goes to run, Victor goes to run, and the people in the interior, they say, oh my man, don't bring out your book business, yo. You know, we elect one of our own. And they go ahead and elect one of their own. This is what the Constitution says should happen. You got a lot of qualified folks. And I can tell you this for the fact, when these people congregate, they form a cartel. They are telling each other they will put their money together, they will support each other, and they will use cash violence to make sure that Johnny doesn't come around, because Johnny is not one of them. And Johnny wants to do something that they couldn't do. So they get together and defeat Johnny massively. These are folks who cannot read, like that gentleman who was riding that lawnmower. Can you imagine that a lawmaker is
riding? That's a shame. And this is somebody who's supposed to be a journalist. That's a shame.
A lawmaker, can you imagine bringing all these people around? And not even a lawnmower, it's a
may I ask a question? Who is that? Is that Senator Wellington Gibbon Smith? Because that's the only journalist I know that is in the national legislature.
No, that what you mean? He used to work with UN. That
Onismo Bawon?
No. I'll call his name, his brother.
I thought his name was Steve Tikwa.
That's Steve Tikwa.
I know what Tomlin.
Wow.
He made a sedition. I know what Tomlin gone.
Yeah, he's a sedition.
A sedition, brother. Chief Tomlin, come back on the screen.
Did you see the lawnmower beat yesterday? No, I've never seen anything.
And he called the press to witness that.
But not only the press, all the towns around to come by and see what he's doing.
That's complete. I'm sorry to say, but that's complete ignorance.
No, that's wickedness.
What? That insult to his people.
Insult.
Look at
he can buy a weapon and shower for people go clean the ground. I did toilet.
One pitiful lawnmower.
Yeah, one Indian person give it to him.
It's a shame.
And that didn't look pre-uno, Jerome.
Yeah, but listen, you can't tell that man anything.
Mr. Gayman, make me say something to everybody. I think that tells us the quality of people who got in our leadership system that help that undermining our whole governance system. But we have to all try by all means to use this kind of platforms to keep telling our people how they should consider their voting when it comes to election. People say, oh, the man friend again, he can buy around, shake everybody here. Those are actually people to get good position in the country. When you're in a neighborhood, you're giving constructive ideas, but if you don't go around, shake people here and do other things, they say it's not popular, you don't do this. But look, Madam Kaka, when you come back to Monrovia, let me know when you'll be here. We're going to talk more about how we can combat those social workers.
I don't make it move. I don't make it move.
Recruitment is happening.
Yes, listen, I got some ideas on right together because you're in government.
I got some idea. Work together to see how we can.
Don't listen to the people. I will contact you. I'll be on next month.
It's a problem of race and they need to be addressed. And I have to give us some idea that we can share and see how we can impact society to reduce the social of rape.
And if Fanta will be away, but she'll be consultant to me and you.
There you go. Fanta is coming. Fanta is coming.
Yes, sure, you can. Yes,
Fanta already got a consultant on the show. Yeah, I don't want to say it before they say I start in trouble.
Well, I'm happy. Fanta said, "Young girl, the Zoom or contra."
No, we heard we not talk about that. When you keep in late, when you can't, you don't sing a song.
He let a fire. He let a Pinky. He let a push a fire.
I know that, man. I'm a barrel man.
Yeah, barrel man. He let a push a fire.
Yeah.
This is serious, Madam Kassa. We really appreciate you coming on because usually government officials don't like to come on, but.
Wait, really, Mr. Gayman, just super quickly. Go ahead. What do you think about the whole Bee Mountain situation, the exploitation of the resources under our soil, from Bee Mountain, the elementals of the world, the China Union? What do you
see?
About?
You want to open Ventura box.
You're just getting ready to
talk about Bee Mountain so much. I'm upset because there were young ladies that we sent to school, and they went to Morocco, came back with masters, and another one got her PhD. Well, with land mines and energy. And they went and sent her to Bee Mountain, and the way the aid treated her and the other girl. So I leave that with the Kid Martinez because our former chair of United Party, Councilor Vani Sherman, was senator for Nima, and he allowed that to happen. So about Metastee, I was superintendent, and that's why they campaigned against me. Because they had a man there called Robert Ferguson, and he thought he was law and gospel, and he insulted Liberians working with him. At one time, he took his drawer and tied his drawer to the pickup and drove his drawer on the ground. The nurse cooked the food, he took the food and wasted it in her face. They brought a complaint to me. I had him arrested, and I had him put in jail. He was a former Marine from the U.S., and the ambassador asked me at that time to let him go. I said, no, all the lawyers, they wanted our case. I told them no, because it would not help him. Or he will leave Buchanan, he will go to Yeke Pa, I said that Bureau. Or he will leave, he will go to Moray, I said that Bureau. I said, what you want? I said, I want him deported. And the same family that brought the complaint, they put away and get their money, and they came to me and said, they're sorry, they want to take the case back. I said, no, we're not happy under my watch. So Metastee pay people to campaign against me because they know if I won, what they're doing in Basa will not happen. So that my team will ask me that. But he was deported. He was deported to the company in South Africa. He left Liberia.
Will you join Councillor Gibson on the Talking Bus?
The Talking Bus? When is that?
Well, she has this program called the Talking Bus, where she goes from county to county to educate the people on their rights.
Which Councillor Gibson?
Councillor Chelsea Gibson.
No, Yvette. Yvette.
Yes.
No, the women bus. A part of that group. Yeah. Well, go back. Yes. We did it in Basa, the last campaign, all that thing there, but I will talk to her.
Yeah, I have to come to Cape Mount.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Okay. Real quick before you leave, there's a group of concerned Liberians that are getting ready to take Bee Mountain to task. Will you, I know behind the scene I'm going to call you, but is this something that you have interest in or someone you want to recommend?
Definitely.
Good. Okay, I will be talking to you. Thank you very much. Your parting comments.
No, let me say it was an honor, it's a pleasure talking to you. Peabody, Stanton, Johnny, and Fanta.
Jenny,
why are you parting? Can you please grade the government for the 2 years they empower?
No, Timothy, please leave me alone, man.
No, start with the legislator with a lawnmower. How much you get?
Thank you. Don't mind me. Look, Mr. George, the 26th is coming. It's going to be celebrated in my county. And the president will be there. I will be there, so I'll be law abiding.
Right.
So after that, they can ask me the question, yeah? But for now, I reserve all comments.
That's right. Where her name, Pearl Boo, right?
Yes.
I did no comment. But then she said, no comment, but then she went, the stupid people, and they know what they're doing. So I said,
So my cousin Pearl. Cousin Pearl said she the chairman on sanitation in Monterrey County, Monrovia. I said, what other position is that? When will I want to create that, cousin Pearl? She the chairman sanitation. No, but again, for closing, let me say thanks and thanks for what you do. And let people know that the other platform that they can be here on. We know they got a lot of them now with social media. Nothing is hidden. But let me say again, for all form of violence is non-acceptable. It's non-acceptable. And we should be all grown up. But to see what is going on social media, they are using the media for the wrong purposes. It needs to stop. You can disagree to agree, but at the end of the day, we are all somehow related. You will see those same very people. So abusing women, taking other women's clothes, go exposing another woman. We know what happened with the late with the knockers. We saw that, but I thought social media was not as big, but it spread a wildfire. And a lot of things are happening. So you do to enclose the account in the public here. Rise. Mariah, you are bigger, you are stronger, and you will survive. Past that. Move on. To all other women out there that are being abused, you don't have to accept it. Walk away. Walk away. It's not the end of your life. But do not allow anybody to take advantage of you because you're the Eve, you're not Adam. Thank you again for the show, and thanks to all of you. It was fun. I enjoy it. But let me say thanks to Jerome for talking about our alma mater, the second oldest school in the Republic of Liberia, Pastor High School.
Before you go, man, and thank you for coming.
Victor, come on, listen to the lesson here. You
got man, look, we want to hear about Pastor High School here, man. We want to before you go, your cousin Magnus ain't have, but before you go, I mean, your I'm sure Pearl Brown Boo is on the bus. So you talking about your got bus, you ain't there, boy. All right, you're going on the bus. Pearl Brown Boo is in the front. See the fries for this thing between Sarah Beslow and Mandela Cooper.
I know. I talked to cousin Pearl, but I think the statement from the advisor to the president was out of place. I don't think she should have made that. That no, she's not the leader. That's the president. Everybody know the president is the head. You can't take that away. But when somebody go beyond and to do their work, I think credit should be given. Maybe she has said, "Oh, maybe you refer to her with this, that, and not that." But to say upright. No, I don't agree with that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much for coming. I will be in touch.
Don't be a stranger. Come again soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for coming.
Great. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being on. We've been on for a while. It's 9 o'clock or 10 minutes to 9. We got two topics here that we started on. We have to end. Mr. Nagbe, you were not here. Fanta touched on it, and I don't know. Tomalin is a politician. He always in the middle. He doesn't want to ruffle any feather. But this
he's a bomb thrower.
Yeah. He throw flame and then he hide hand. But this one here, Johnny, is very serious. It should be serious because it is when we talk about those people who are talking about national security issue, you want to expel people from the house. This is what we should be talking about. They said Liberia has handed management of its national identification system to an Austrian firm, OSD, relying on private capital to fund an enrollment process that the Liberian government says it can no longer afford. This is our biometric system. The government have said that they can no longer afford to even fund or run this. So they are asking a foreign company to take over our identification system. They said the government had asked them to bring their funding and their expertise to help the country. For some of us, we are very concerned. You want to tell me, with all the information people, the IT people, the cybersecurity people got in that country, that they are asking another foreign company to bring in their expertise to do our ID. Johnny, that's your area. This one is concerning.
You know, Mr. Gilman, when you talk about nation building, this is what nation building requires national security. I would have thought if we were the one in charge of the country right now, we would now be asking, foreign people to intervene. We'll probably be identifying our Liberians who have technical idea on these matters. Try to look for people Liberians. What are you in Liberia? You're in the overseas, wherever you are. Let's identify Liberians who have technical idea on these things. To even give one advice, we want to do biometric in this country to make sure all citizens are ready for an ID card. How can we go about doing this? And how can we work at it? I believe in my mind that we have a lot of Liberians that will form a company, form a group that can take over such matter. But to just jump off now and go to having foreign group come to do those things, for me, I think it also undermines national security, it undermines nationalism. And this is about far bigger than what you guys spoke about when you talk about the Guinean borderland issue. You understand? Personally, in my view, I don't think that's the way to go. I believe we should first identify what we have as assets in this area. And I believe we have assets of Liberians in this area that can help do this matter. Because that's a good matter. Sometimes we understand, we underestimate this thing based on our limited information on security. All these security jobs have armed men walking around. This is soft security. This is soft security. It's important. I don't know which country will give such kind of initiative to foreign company to do so for them. But again, as Liberia, I hope they will go to the legislature for discussion. I hope the kind of legislature, even though I don't really trust all of them, I don't trust them for doing any kind of real critical investigation. You just go by the way of 1 2 people in there who will say, I want this, let's do it, and go ahead and do it. I don't see people 20 in that place with independent mind. Very few persons in that hour will do it independently. So, I mean, that's it. I hope if they do it, and we know it's dangerous, whoever takes over from the government will try to see who can undo it and do it in a more proper and organized way. But I don't think it's safe for us security-wise. This is soft security, and I repeat, soft security.
Mr. Nagbe, this is my first time hearing that a government of a nation to just put out their hands and say, we can't do this. We're talking about the biometric system of the country, the voter registration, voter ID, all of these things we are talking about for the government. And election is around the corner. For the government to say, we can't do this, we are incapable. We want to give it to somebody else to come and extract our own data, to do data mining on our behalf.
Yeah, that is very concerning. I heard some of the comments from Fanta, and I agree with Paul. This is, I mean, there are very, very monumental security concerns associated with it. It was back in December, I believe. This government signed an MOU to share the health records of Liberians with the U.S. government for $124 million. It is like they will sell any and everything. I mean, how can you? It doesn't make sense to me. I hope that MOU has not gone through. But imagine your health records. I mean, your DNA records. You're taking that and giving it to the U.S. government. I mean, there's no telling the different ways in which that record could be exploited, and Liberians really taking advantage of it. Now they're talking about taking, our election records and all that, and outsourcing that only because they don't have money, but they have money to fly private jets whenever they want to. You know, how does that make any sense to anybody? You know, I know a little bit about the registration. You know, my little brother ran that, I think, for the entirety of George Weah administration, TIA. So I had some ideas of some of the work he did there. There's a registration where he wanted to put on, you know, this one ID card that could be used by all institutions, including the Elections Commission and all of that. He was trying to get funding. That is a core function that only the government of Liberia should be, you know, undertaking. But to take that and outsource it because they can't afford to fund it, yeah, it's got to be a joke. I really hope they're testing the waters, like, you know, our brother, with all due respect, Ambrose marking me yesterday and trying to test the water, talk about reversing, you know, coming towards, you know, judgment and all of that. You know, I think they do these little things, though, you know, to test the water and see how the people are going to react. And then if we don't react, they go ahead. If we react, they pull back. You know, I heard some of the comments you made about, you know, the threat by the Chief Justice. Now they say, oh, that lie, you know. And we know it's no lie. It was true. So I hope this is one of those situations, again, where they're trying to test the water to see how we're going to react. And if they should damn well listen to, or this is nonsense, they should not go ahead with it. We're not going to take it. This is important core function. You're talking about elections. You're going to outsource it to somebody else. How does that make any sense? You know, it doesn't, and I hope they're not going to go ahead with it because they will be hearing from all of us. I hope it is not even what we think it is. You know?
Your name and where you calling from?
Kehleboe Gongloe, City, Pennsylvania.
City, brother-in-law, go ahead.
Yes, I have a quick comment to make on some of the issues you guys have discussed tonight.
Okay.
I listened to the former Superintendent of Grand Bassa, Alandongi Kase. She talked on many issues. But I'm particularly moved to talk about this issue of the national registration ID card, the national ID card system or contract, per se.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I always argue, I've been arguing this many times, that Liberia essentially is becoming like a village, it's not a country. When we used to be active on FOL, I argue that the way our leaders manage the country, Liberia is actually buying her ticket to become like Haiti. I mean, I believe that, and I'm actually beginning to do a research, and I'm very sure by July, when I'm in Liberia, I'm going to publish our research, and it's going to be very controversial. What I'm doing is I'm cataloging the achievement of development infrastructure under the late Samuel Kanya Dopoh, and I'm going to parallel that with development in more than 20 years of Western democracy in Liberia, constitutional democracy in Liberia. I'm essentially going to argue that those who oppose military rule, that military rule is essentially not buying itself. Because I'm going to draw also data from Burkina Faso, from Ghana under Jerry Rawlings, to make my argument that Liberia must be open to look for other options, because our Western style of democracy is actually a protectorate system for corrupt politicians. If you know what is happening in the country, it's very sad. A month ago, the Ghanaian government announced, but it gave advance notice, a year advance notice, to foreign miners in Ghana that surface mining will be 100% Ghanaian. No foreigner will ever go to mine gold anywhere in Ghana again. There were a lot of Chinese in Ghana. They are flocking to Liberia because Liberia has no law. They are bringing all their machines there. They are taking all the country. You go in the mining sector, the Chinese are there. So this country gives everything it has to foreigner. And who does that? The politician. The politicians are the ones doing that. So that's why I argue that, we need an intervention, a radical intervention that will balance and bring everybody to level zero. Because like in 1918, those who are, I don't support violence per se, But those who are wealthy and the flash water, their car will flash water on students and drive around, they woke up one morning, they never had a car anymore. Their houses were nationalized. Everybody came to ground zero, okay? Or 1990, everybody came to ground zero. So maybe Liberia needs to have a repeated experience of that. And I'm actually going to document that and prove with research to show that on the door, there were more and I'm beginning to actually see that there were more infrastructure development. Even the GDP growth was higher than under a democratic rule. And I know others will disagree.
I disagree. I completely disagree with you.
Victor, let him land.
The government gonna run that making the policy, the military government.
Victor,
I see you bought it, but the point is, that's my point of view, and that's your point of view.
I disagree with your point of view.
Victor, you got no data. Victor, you got no data. Gongloe got data. Good. Good.
What you have, your 20 years, your dividends of democracy is poor health, corruption, or every bad thing you think of, that's a dividend of democracy. And we're going to argue that. Look at your infant mortality statistics.
Yeah.
It was not like that on our door.
That's right.
Look at your student performance data. It was not like that on our door. We're going to argue that. I'm going to counter argue with data, and I'll prove you that the dividends of democracy have been nothing but what?
I just hope you let the data do the talking. Don't force the data. I know you're a very respectable statistician, but I'll be challenging your data. I want to see the data you come up. For you to tell me that those times were better than now.
Victor, you have to challenge the data with data. Bring your own data too.
I have my data.
I will polish it and I'll argue. I'll argue for the other alternative in our governance system. Military government is not buying itself. Jerry Rowland proved that. Traoré is proving like Burkina Faso. And that's my argument.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm with you on this one because Victor got no data. Victor just talking for emotion because he was a progressive. Let's look at the number. The data speak for itself.
How about scrapping degree in the AA? He fought to scrap that degree. Is that degree?
Yes, that's true.
It's true. That degree on the door.
And you're right. We said that.
By that degree, you and I will not be sitting here today and talking about what we're talking about this current government. He knows that.
That's one out of 10,000 things he did.
But that one alone, every other piece of data you come out with, throw it out the window. Whatever you come out with, throw it out the window.
Okay. Tomalin, let me read this. Let me read this here. It says here, nearly a year after public anger forced the government to suspend the chaotic rollout of the National Data Identification Registry, Liberia is preparing to hire a private company to help restart the enrollment and operating system. A private company to operate our data system.
Mr. Gayman, you know, when you see that happening, know that somebody in the government there are people who are involved. They are behind those who have that contract. They're behind them, and they are seeking to benefit from it, because an important sector, the National Identification Registry, to give it to a foreign company to do it. But that's our leaders. The people we like. That's what they do. They bring people on us, do things to us to hurt us, and that's what's happening. And why would you give that sensitive area to a foreign company to run? And that's the problem we are faced with, Mr. Gayman. And you check it. There are people who behind, are people in the very government, or connected to the executive, the judiciary, or the legislative branches. There are connections involved, because that company that coming will work with these people. They have people that are benefit. Just like you see at the port of Monrovia, 8 p.m. terminal, all this stuff. People are behind. People getting percentage from it. Our country is so corrupt to the extent where, look, most of the major contracts you see, major services you see, are connected. Like the B Mountain, Matel Steel. Our people, the government officials are benefiting from it. Our lawmakers, our people in the executive branch, the legislative branch are all benefiting from it. The former Chief Justice, and when he left, he retired. Where he went? He working on Matel Steel. So you think he got our job easily? No. That's the problem our country is faced with. That's why the next government that comes to power should call for a revisitation of all the concession agreements in our country. Because that's a typical example. The National Identification Registry is being given to an Australian company. For what? You can find a Liberian group, a group of Liberians that can do that job. You give millions of dollars to a foreign company. You check it seriously behind it. There are people in the government that are pushing for this company. Say, look, somebody reached out there and said, well, you can we'll get a contract. And they get a kickback. And mind you, let me end on this. As we move to the elections, what will happen? People will be putting money into the budget and getting these companies to support every election bid. And like former Superintendent said today, if people come to them, our citizenry, go to them, and at that moment, instant gratification, instant support. Oh, they're bringing rights to you, giving you, they come to America, collect these drugs around here, go to the dollar store, they counter drug, carry Liberia, and just give it to people. Oh yeah, they're supplying drugs. You see someone else go there, they get these children that graduate from CTIMA. They say, oh, they're giving you a free medical checkup. They see them in line, they cook food for them, and they checking their blood pressure and all these things, their sugar and things. And people think, oh yeah, the person will do good for us. How to fool the people. And that's like Johnny was saying. The platforms are used to help educate the people, but will they listen? Will they catch it and do the right thing? Honestly, say what you want to say. But if you see somebody who's not in power, but using their own resources to do things for you, it should think. So I'm not because he's my friend, but look at Musa. Musa is doing some things, or you hear in some people error, but they'll tell you, say, oh man, you know that man can be president. That's not your part. That just a system. But you know, they will just dismiss it. But the question you ask, the people that have been there, the people that are there, what did they do when they had the time? So they only depend. Look, it's shame that most of our people who been in the legislature since 2005, most of them are millionaires today. Where they get the money from? They got the money from the same government. And because that's why Mr. Gayman, Mr. Nagbe, if you talk about our top official of government told me, he said in the legislature, he said, look, when you talk about origin legislature, the man said he read on Nagbe, he said, I see your man, he get all the legislature. He said, it cannot happen. He said, if it happen, you will bring plenty of us down. It was clear.
We're pushing for it. We're happy.
That's why he said that what cost cover his job. He said when he made that comment, he said, what? Say, don't forget you got former speakers, former pro tem, former Ways and Means chairman, all they are in position today in the government. And you try to order them, they all will fall. They will fall. So that's why our companies like this. That's why I say we should be aggressive, intentional, and bold when going to 2029. What should he say? This can't happen. It can happen if you only put the same support you put behind others that won. You do it to a certain person, they will win too. But if you just abandon and say, well, you give up, it can't happen. The person can't win. Obama should tell us a lesson. Obama started that camp when he spoke to the Democratic Convention. He came in the Senate. He started to be forceful, even against his own Democratic Party. About one nomination. So, Mr. Gayman, it's wrong, and I hope Liberian people can stand up and even sue the government for doing such a thing. But who will do it? That's the question.
Chief,
one minute. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm coming by actually to respond to Mr. Nagbe.
But
before I respond to Mr. Nagbe, I'll listen to Mr. George Tomalin George.
You respond to everybody tonight.
Listen.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Don't listen to them.
I know. Before I respond to Mr. Nagbe, Mr. George was talking about the legislature. How some legislators became millionaire in the legislature. I see why Kun does not answer a phone this day because Kun became a millionaire out of the legislature, multi-millionaire, and he knows that. But Mr. Nagbe, hear what I will say to you. Communist China has a version of degree 88, but they are the richest country in the world. Even America goes and bow down to China. You African countries all bow down to China. They don't have press freedom. They don't have democracy, but they are the richest country in the world.
So this whole thing about Western style freedom, the history of the so-called human rights issue. Do you know that the how you call that the Karukan Faga was it's the oldest constitution of Malay. The oldest constitution in the world was written in Malay. Okay? And in that constitution, you read, we talk about the right to life, the right to die. So the Malian, the oldest constitution, even talk about what? Protection of lives. Okay? Western style definition of human rights, I mean, so listen to Cape. I'm not opposed to that also. I'm just telling you, you cannot use degree 8 as a valid point because you are going to China that doesn't have that has Paul Kagame is cited as being a progressive leader, but you say he's a benevolent dictator. Everybody knows that. Paul Kagame, he's a benevolent dictator. He decides what is good for Rwanda, but Rwanda is making progress, astronomical progress in all fields: health, education, road, you name it, infrastructure. But he's a benevolent dictator. He goes to election and win at 9.9%. Nobody opposes him. Okay? And so, if you want to measure the country only by freedom, you feel Paul Kagame, but the rest of Africa will pass Paul Kagame, Victor. If you go by your degree indicator, you feel China. But you go to China to beg them for everything anyway. I'm fine. I come to your house now, most of your utensils are made in China. So I think there are more substantive issues we should look at. So my argument is military leaders are not bad in itself. So you cannot shut the door. Some people shut their mind and say they don't want military leader. Today, if you listen to the president of Botswana, Bungo, Duma Boko, he was very clear. He condemned the president of Kenya for signing the military accord with France president. That you can do that. You are shooting Traore in the back. So, Victor, we need to wake up. Military people are human beings. They have blood like you. They got thinking faculty. And you can't use one standard to judge them. I am saying it's time for Africa to open up and look at the data of progressive military leaders around Africa. And I think they are not even limited to Burkina Faso, Mali, Ghana, and all of you. Even Mohammed Matala in Nigeria. His credit is Ibrahim Bamangida. These guys are Olusegun Obasanjo. These were all military leaders of Nigeria. And they made an impact on the Nigerian society. And this is my argument. The data on the impact of military leaders around Africa are very substantial to argue that in a very corrupt nation where civilian politicians are suppressing the people through theft, the military intervention is a way to go to create a level playing field for everybody.
Thank you.
You're muted. You're muted, Jerome.
We got 12 more minutes to be here by 9:30. We'll call it off, so I think we should start going around the corner and start closing. Let me go. Fanta, you've been here the longest. Fanta. Okay, Fanta might be.
Sorry, I'm muting. If she comes in, I'll let her go. But let me say this quickly to my brother. There's the argument he's making has been made. I've heard that, but I would not go for any. Look, the history of military rule in Africa, there is none. Yeah, he's talking about Burkina Faso now. I'm sure the real news has not come out yet. The China he's referencing, China is not under a military rule. They're not on a military rule. It's not a military government in China. Paul Kagame right now is not a military leader. He came to power as a military leader, but he was democratically elected. I mean, there's some form of democracy that's taking place there. I understand. I think he's talking about a strong leader coming on to move things. I get that, but to advocate for a military government, I won't. I'm sure you'll have a second thought about that. But coming back to the Adiga Bureau thing, and Tommy was saying something which it reminded me, when they had to go around with this thing, I think they were having technical problem producing so minimum cost. I think the president gave the thing to the security advisor, my friend Samuel Kofi Woods. I think he still is in charge of reviving this thing. So I hope this decision is not coming out of his office, because if it is, it will be such a shame. I mean, Kofi knows better. So it just had me thinking. I remember.
Not to cut you off, Kofi, who is one of the worst performing ministers in the government. So what are you talking about? What would shock you? Your man is one of the worst.
Okay, now my man, and I am too. But let me just say this. Samuel Kofi was advisor. So, but this will be the worst of the worst,
What is it? Raise to the bottom, man.
Yeah, raise to the bottom. But yeah, and I know we had 12 minutes, but great show tonight. Let me appreciate Duncan Cassell for coming on, and some of the stuff that she did at the gender ministry. I know she referenced a lot to the government before this government, what her government left in place, and how most of the services were stripped by the President Weah government before this government. But this government has been there 3 years now. I think they could bring back some of these services. So I was a little bit confused there, but notwithstanding, I think she raised a lot of issues. I know she's in the orbit of the former president, so I am certain the former president also has something that she's cooking, because lately she's been very active. I try to press her a little bit, but she won't go there. But we'll see. But great show tonight. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, and to be honest, JD should have mentioned that they were doing all of those projects because they had a lot of money coming in. But when
I said they had a lot of
when everybody left, the money dry out. Your name and where you calling from?
They did.
This is Abraham calling from New Jersey.
Go ahead.
This is a troubling time for Liberia. Two things are really happening in our country, and the leadership, I think, they lack innovation. When you have an octogenarian that lack innovation, this is what you get. Guys, if you're going to be having a country of 178 years old, and they're telling you that they haven't outsourced the license plate, the vehicle registration process to a foreign company, that's lack of innovation. It's embarrassing and it's shameful. And then for you to have that same leadership talking about the database of their citizenry should be in the hands of foreign company. It's embarrassing, because those things, when the data are collected, people market those things. Those things are marketable things. And for you to come and collect your citizens' data and give it to a foreign company, can't manage it. If you can't manage those two things, simple as they are, then you lack innovation, because you cannot even orchestrate a way forward for those things. And you're talking about giving the registration of your citizenry to a foreign company. What immediately that company breaks away from you, they got everything on your country already. What a shame. What is an embarrassment? But again, this thing, it boils down to the fact that they got few guys that are benefiting from those things. Like, for instance, some of them leave government, they go back and work for the very ugly companies, like somebody talking about, I think the Chief Justice or whoever working for
Metal Steel,
Chief Justice, Metal Steel, all the kind of thing. Because they protect the interest of these companies, so by the time they leave these offices, they go right back and work for them, and they're at the detriment of the wealth of the citizen. This is embarrassing. You don't have innovation. And I see a guy talking about, Fofana talking about, he's going to organize a movement for the re-election of an octogenarian that we're going to be about 86 years or so in a few years' time. What a country you have. We are in the reverse here, guys. There is no. Take for instance, in 2008, when the American economy went in a free fall here, immediately an innovative leader came in. He said the first thing we're going to do to save the auto industry He brought in also that they call cash for conquer. And today that is saved the oil industry in this country. You didn't go about trying to outsource the activities of your American car industry to other countries. But lack of innovation is troubling for Liberia, and continuously, because even Liberians can manage some of those data, the database of especially a citizen. But that's not the case here, guys. It's troubling. And for people to come here and be defending those kind of leadership there, it's a pure travesty of justice against the citizenry. So we've got to speak about those things. This is embarrassing. I don't want my data to be in the hands of any foreign person. But thanks for the time.
Yeah, not only will it be in the hands of the foreign person, but their database, the base where they keep it is in a different country. So they extrapolate your information, and then they send it. Hold on a moment. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Elvani Mame, and I call from California.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you see, today is like something like a truck hit me when I heard that our data will be given to a foreign institution or foreign business entity. This because, in fact, this is not just scary, this is dangerous. And I want every Liberian to see this as an attack on their sovereignty, their data sovereignty. For you to give data to a foreign institution or foreign entity is a dereliction of your responsibility as a leader of the country. There's no need for you to even be a president of this country. If our data will be given to foreign, but in fact, this thing started happening ever since. It didn't happen with the LMTI. It didn't happen with B Mountain. It didn't happen. This is just a pattern of this government to give our God-given rights to foreign institutions. Even our data, anybody can say this, the only thing I have as a Liberian, it should be given to foreign institution. It tells you the state of our presidency. It tells you the state of our nation. It tells you where we are. Like the first caller said, we are in reverse. Giving responsibility to an octogenarian in the 21st century who does not understand anything about data, it was just a mistake. And this particular thing, we have to abort this baby. In 2029, we have to abort this pregnancy. This is a mistake that the Liberian people made, and we are seeing all the clear signs of incompetence. So we have to correct this mistake. We made a mistake, and it has to be corrected in 2029. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is serious.
Why has to be about pregnancy?
Those of you who are into the high IT thing, when you swap your card, they don't keep your data on the spot where you swap it. Okay, it's going to MasterCard or Visa's headquarters, wherever it is. It could be in Geneva. It could be so. Don't think because you're going to swap it in Liberia. This data company is based in Austria.
Yeah.
This is where your information is. Sometimes you sit like on my phone here. I sit on my phone and then someone called me and I look at it. How these people got my number? Well, you know, they borrow your number from somebody's data file.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I kind of got it. It's a money-making business. Hold on. Hello, your name? Where you calling from?
Thank you for calling. This is Abraham. I just forget to add this. Just imagine, Jerome, when it comes to the identification of Liberian citizens, I vividly recall back in 1983-84, the Ministry of Finance, they had a department over there that managed to coordinate and then every citizen where they had a citizen ID card in our country, they introduced it. Sonia Doe didn't go around looking for an Australian company to come and do that in Liberia. And that was a military man. That's when they say they even graduated from high school. But he had a testicular fortitude and the farsighted that even put in the mechanism in place, and it was very effective. And I was in school in Canada, and the people decentralized the citizen ID card issues all over the country, and it was very effective. So for you to come and then take your people's data and give it to somebody and then keeping it in another country, in a third country, this is embarrassing. It needs to stop, and people need to be very, very forceful and discourage this kind of behavior. But if you cannot produce anything, then step aside. It's not all about giving everything to a third party somewhere else. Then where is your innovation? Where is your innovation? What are you bringing to the table then? Or what did you bring to the table? Thank you, my brother.
Mr. Connor, you might be in China and one day you find another corner and you say, but that not mean, well, hey, listen, man, somebody stole your ID. They didn't even steal it. Your government.
Let me tell you a quick story. I know found out why my son and I went through Murtala Mohammed Airport in Lagos, right? You know, you do your info. By the time we got to the hotel, to the apartment, somebody called me on my phone. Just like, yes, because we surrender our information at the airport. I'm telling you. By the time we got to the airport, somebody called my phone trying to sell me something. But it's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, information is you know is you gotta protect. I mean, I don't know what this government is. Anyway,
information is serious.
It is.
Longest. Go ahead.
It's like, what is that saying? Beating like the dead horse. We have beat the dead horse about this. I don't know what else needs to be said to emphasize the.
We beat life into it.
Yeah, it's so perplexing because I don't know what else needs to be said to emphasize the national security risk that is very present here. It is imminent. We need to understand that data is currency. People, like, data is worth more than any natural resource today. It is the most expensive, the most costly, the most valuable. Remove the cost or the price tag because people will pay anything for data, especially data for an entire country. Do you know what that entails? Do you have the slightest idea, the slightest inclination of what it means to have access to one Liberian data? Now talk about nearly 6 million people. Do you understand what that means? Like, you look at Africa. Africa is the youngest continent today. Everywhere else in the world is experiencing population decline. Africa, on the other hand, is so ripe. It's so ripe that if the world decides to continue today, they will not survive without Africa and the African workforce. You have a continent that consists of 70% youth. No one else, no other continent can boast of that, but Africa. Do you know how valuable that is? I don't think we understand. I don't think we understand. And technologists as myself and other technologists are freaking out, are losing their minds over this. Why a government will even consider, the mere consideration is what's so mind-boggling. To think it's just a mere decision that can be had. Oh, because we cannot afford $40 million. We're willing to bring in this foreign entity that's going to harvest our data, that's going to mine our data, that's going to store our data outside of Liberia, that's going to have data brokers to broker our data to the entire globe. Do you really think Liberians are chimpanzees? You shouldn't give them. You shouldn't give much thought to how their lives will be impacted. Traveling is just one aspect of it. Do you understand that with access to a single person data, that data harvester, the person who holds that data, can not only sell that data, but they can manipulate that data to fit any type of circumstance. For example, this is very real. Let's play this out. A foreign company comes in, have access to all Liberian data. Now they know what Mamusu ate that morning. They know what her genome type is, her DNA. They know they know things about her ancestry that she have no idea about. They understand her psyche. Okay? They understand what influences her. They understand her biology. So now that's one person, and so many other things, right? They understand her psychology. Now they take that data that impacts the food industry. Now they know exactly if they broker that data to the food industry. Now they'll say, based on these data that we have of Liberians, this is the type of food that we should feed to Liberians. Did you ask for that type of food? No. But that's the type of access. That's the type of information. That's the metadata. Like, I know, I wish this is not confusing, but that's the metadata that is behind every single person biometric. They can tap into it in a way that we could never imagine, even if it took us like 10 years. The level of data harvesting, the level of data mining, the level of data orchestration, the level of data manipulation has gotten so sophisticated that we are talking about merging, like using human data to clone or to integrate with robotics. So Mamusu could be walking around today and tomorrow Mamusu dies, but there's a robot out there that has Mamusu DNA. Do you guys understand that? This is a national security matter. I don't know how any of this could be thought of so lightly. I don't know how is it that we have all these quote unquote IT people in the government, the LTA sitting there and keeping mum about this. It just shows how these people are just not just gullible. They're not just idiotic. I cannot help myself. I have to say that. But they're wicked and they hate Liberia. They hate everything Liberia. So they will slice her, they will dice her, they will sell her, and they will gamble her without even thinking twice about it. Like, what type of people are these? You're worse than animals. You are truly worse than animals if you cannot think like a human being, that you're willing to sell your brothers and sisters. This is modern day slavery. This is modern day slavery. Look, let me put it this way. This is colonialism 2.0. Because not only are they going to control your physical body, now they control every single thing about you. And they can manipulate it any way they see fit. And you have zero say to it. Do you understand what that means? I am beyond flabbergasted about this. I mean, we have seen this with the passports. We've seen this with the IDs, like with this new LTM company. And we continue to engage in this because people are getting kickbacks. People are orchestrating these deals, not giving a care in the world about the impact that is major, that is massive to all of Liberia and Liberians. God is not going to come down from the heavens to beat sense into our heads.
God not making new sense. Hold on a minute. Your name, where you calling from?
I'm calling from Fargo, North Dakota. This is Teddy Line on your phone.
Go ahead.
Fargo, North Dakota. Well, Mr. Gayman, and the rest of the platform, the rest of the panelists, and one of the things that really touches me most is one of the statements from the lady that just got Fanta.
Mm-hmm.
That measuring about clone, when it comes to cloning, it is not something you guys need to really educate our people. One of the topics I need to educate the masses about, because the whole data issues, we should be very much afraid, and Fanta have made me more afraid about the whole discussions and measuring about cloning. So it is a wake-up call. The Liberian people, I'm a citizen, a very organic citizen, but it's high time the opposition community should really be united and come up
We shouldn't wait for 2029 to move Joseph Boakai from there. We need interim leadership and neutral person to lead us 2029. So when we bring the election before the 2023 election, Boakai went to go see the mafia. He went to Italy. Why would we went to Italy for? He went there for the second time. When he went there the first time, he came, he said, it costs for me to allow myself with the devil and become personal. So he started making some churches with pastors. Look, there are more to this thing. There are more worsen stuff Boakai would do that will be more worse than even what happened to the borderland to Guinea. Joseph Boakai having ulterior motives for this country and involving the whole data, you know what I'm saying, gaming, all that, Liberians should be more afraid. We should be afraid. It's hard time we really gravitate to coming together to have one, decision to move back from there and have interim leadership. A lot of damages, a lot of things have damaged our country, and it will be worse than what have already happened. We should be afraid. And for Boakai is not just ordinary Liberian. Way back in the days, that those are people that would be dropping money. They gave me money that way old down PM that would do things. So he's not a correct person in that country. I'm very much afraid of my country and the whole data. Nobody wants their data. We talk about DNA. We talk about a lot of sensitive things, factors about our well-being should be disclosed to foreigners. This should be the last red line. The red line have been too much, and Liberia, you want to tell me, say Liberia, we are the most coward, and we say we're so peaceful. No, we are so much being coward. This is not fair to us. We need to really do something as soon as possible in a few weeks, few months from now. I don't think we should wait for 2029 to move Boakai from there democratically. No, Boakai has shown himself, he has proven his simplicity to the Liberian people that he's a criminal. He's not a correct old man. We have made a mistake just because the mistake came about because the Liberian people have been hypnotized. People have been using envy, jealousy on President George Manawiya. As a result, we have gotten Boakai. Liberian people should accept the fact that we are moving the country, but people still holding on propaganda, saying, want to make comparison with we are and CDC, everything this United Party or Boakai is doing. A lot of good things in some multiple development projects on the way going on. But not that, but people still try to use propaganda to pin President Weah that he never did nothing at all for Liberia. This is wrong. I think we in opposition community, we are not being so united in a way. We're still holding on to propaganda against Weah and CDC. But we feel to really emphasize and really let the Liberian people know at least the CDC government have flaws and lapses, but the CDC government have been committed. We have been doing well, more than well, far more than what Boakai is doing. But I have an ulterior motive.
Can I ask you a question? How do you remove a democratically elected government?
How we move a democratic elected government? Well, they realize too much. So it is beyond, although he came to power, but he has done things that cause for impeachment. They need to impeachment, and now they see the United States government have declared that our House of Senate is one of the most corrupt in Africa. What was part of the war? So those people cannot really do their job. They continue to be, they're passing all the crooked deeds for Boakai. then our people should rise against them too.
Thank you.
They will put it, the fire on the top of the from the lawmaker.
Thank you very much for your call. We appreciate your call. Real quick before Tomalin takes her home. We got some great news today. The World Cup. You know, this is what I like when Honorable Donkey said we have culture, but culture were made to be amended, to be improved. We take what is good, we leave what is bad. The World Cup today announced that they will take a page out of the NFL halftime show. For the first time in the history of FIFA, they are going to have a halftime performances by 3 mega stars. 3 mega stars will be performing halftime during the final of the World Cup in the Meadowland, New Jersey. They're going to have Madonna. They're going to have Shakira. And then, because Shakira and Bernie Boy, they had a song together. It's a hit. They're going to use that. And somebody else. So they're going to have 3 mega stars performing on stage. And they are actually now putting together a show. So we're saying to those of us who say some of our culture and events are clad in stone, no. If you have that organization, you say women are allowed. That was a long time thing. No. What is it you do at these places that you don't want to be in there? You're drinking beer, or you're smoking cigar. Women smoke cigar too if they choose to. Right, Nagbe?
There's actually, a female version. But while you're at it and in the Midland, I thought you were going to talk about what's happening in New York. You know, Madani was the socialist. Oh, you're going to ruin it.
Oh.
Wait. I listen to you.
You are a communist.
He plucked a $12 billion hole. Zero. Balance the budget.
Guess what? But you're not reading the fine print.
What fine print?
That Waka
numbers.
That Waka number only for 1 year. They say what he did do he generally Waka say the $200 million we got from Metal Steel we're gonna use it to balance the budget. You know, you say we got surplus. Then finance minister key this week and say no matter how much we raise, we don't have enough.
Wait, let me ask you something. They say that the vice president met our president at the airport. She didn't go there. Anyway, we're not talking about it. That's not good news. So
who want to meet Chi? Who want to meet Chi?
I heard that the vice president went met our president.
Come on. You didn't see President Chi and President Trump at the hall?
No.
At the people's hall?
Anyway.
Man. Listen, this hate you got for President Trump, God's divine Trump. You came out here, you and Tomalin George were talking. Oh,
they say right now the concern.
Give me a chance. You say y'all
right now they say the concern. What is Eric Trump doing in China? What is Eric doing in China?
Y'all were going to take the House and the Senate and all that. I hear nobody say anything anymore.
The corruption.
You didn't want to talk about it.
I know you believe in corruption. Like, go ahead, Tomalin. Tomalin, look, when Trump is done, Trump will be the smartest politician you guys ever met. He knew y'all were coming. Tomalin, when you're taking the House and the Senate. Tomalin George. Don't behave like you're not hearing me. When you will take the House and the Senate.
They're busy.
I know he's hearing me. You can help him out. Victor, when you're taking the House and the Senate.
No, I wait for him. He's busy. I wait for him.
Who's that? I mean?
Yeah, we're waiting for you. When the Democrat going to take the House and the Senate? When?
I'm not Democrat, independent, man.
There you go. You see, he's Sapo now. He not crew.
I'm not Democrat, independent.
He not crew. He not crime.
I'm a registered independent. I'm a Democrat. I'm less on the policies, so I don't.
Smart man.
Smart man. Come over. But Tomalin, take us home.
Yeah, but you know, look, that guy in Riverside, he's a joke. That guy in Riverside, yeah, the kind of people I want out of his house immediately. He's a disgrace.
I think you put that thing. I don't know. I saw it in the car when you put it at Tomalin. I was like, this can't be true.
I've been playing it all day.
My paternal grandfather is from Riverside. You know, you see what that guy doing? Look, it's a joke. You buy this, they think people using a yai in America, you buy one. You
not even big, not a big one, it's a small one.
I mean, and all that, and mind you, in the budget, they gave lawmakers, senator, they gave them 100,000, and representative, they gave them 75,000. They say for legislative projects. But you had to fool the people. They say identify the project, and then LACE, the Liberian Agency for Community Empowerment, will do the job. It's a lie. It's like I'm heading LACE. LACE, the guy who had LACE, another corrupt guy to my own friend Julius Sally. So I tell Senator or Representative Nagbe, the project here, but the project here will come be 10,000. The bottom one will share it. That's what they do over there. And you see the people what they're doing. They say they get project. They're doing this stuff, and these guys are pocketing the money and making it for the people. But again,
70,000, 75,000 push.
Yeah. But then you see our people too. They have a problem with them. You go campaign tomorrow to win a seat. They will tell you say you they will just push you away. The very people that have been subjugating them to abject poverty, and people will vote again. That's why people try to say, we're done. Let them live their life. Because that guy, she's shameless to do what he did over there. And I'll put a picture out tomorrow. I will talk about him. We'll talk about him because he's a disgrace. That's Trump can say. Trump can say, yeah, man, Trump. The man is rude to women. He told a woman, say, look at you. You are low rated journalist. You're nasty. You're a disgrace. Where are you from? For NBC? You see? Nobody know what she's very nasty. You should be ashamed of yourself. And when the guy ignore him, asking the same question again. But that guy is a disgrace. The rest of people, shame on you who are sharing that guy. Shame on you. The man, that guy should be, that kind of mayor should run out of the city, run out of that place. You saw the people taking one little lawn mower that people can sell it. I saw someone in the selling it already. The Yasio.
Yeah.
Buying the Yasio,
Toy. It's a toy, not even a big one.
The other one in Bombing, he faced more marketing.
Yeah, so that marketing
and police is that project there. What is that? Let me do something that the people will be impacted. Do something for the people that impact them. Look, let me end on this, Mr. Gayman.
What's our talk will make bridge?
Look, you call community, especially the man Kasa said, district better, right? Call a district meeting. So look, in the budget this year, we got 100,000 for the district. What do you want to do with the money? This decision will be made by all of us here. The majority will go to the majority. Some people will say, okay, renovate the high school, renovate our clinic. If they agree to it, the very community members will be the one to do the job. You get an employment and they do that job.
That Tomalin, what you're describing that's how it's spelled out. When the money is appropriate, they're supposed to go to the district council.
Exactly.
The district council will have a meeting and say, this is what we want to do. This is what we want to do.
But let's sit down and just decide, say, Bay Market Store. Everybody Bay Market Store. They put hardest in the market to sell.
Yeah.
They will Bay Handpump. They say that project there. What is that? But the problem of us, we are our problem because
the big bus stop, no bus. Where the bus? I will stop at the bus stop.
Can you imagine? It's a disgrace. And they got no shame. I saw one of them to the auction. I said, honorable, he got very me. My man, big.
You don't recognize it, man.
I said, honorable, he said, man, I beg you back. What I do about? Honorable, you not bring me about because you were ashamed. I said, if I go on the show and call him, he said, hey, George, I beg you. He said, I beg you, please don't. I said, I put a picture. I said, making a back car. He was buying cars and go sell to you, like, bro. Yeah, but it's a shame. It's a shame.
I call your homeboy, Janjo Bape.
If it ain't that, yeah.
No, he mean Minnesota. I call you. I say, come on and show. He said, I'll call you right back.
No, I call you. The man, they got order the man. They say order now put the man, catch the man. The man visit.
I said, but why all your government officials, you don't want to come on the show? I think, you know, when you were in government, you say, I'm a government person, I can't come. Okay, now you are a government, he said, I will call you, but let me check my schedule. So I say,
the man got, if it ain't called, the man call up in the correction jar. You're like, one official I told him, he said, my man, your show, you don't get panelists, I got politicians in your show, and I'm panelists there, so I can't kind of show your part. I said, okay.
The men don't want to sit on the hot seat. Ladies and gentlemen.
But you know, it's funny how when they can't go in for Fanta. I remember Dr. Moniva saying, you know, Fanta I really came, but and then Fanta didn't drop back. He got upset and left. Julia Cameron,
but listen, it is good for us to have.
It's all in love. It's all love.
That's right. Listen, I would say this with not out of disrespect. So someone called me and said, "What Fanta talking about women covering up?" He said, you don't know that men, whether you cover that we are curious. I know I can tell how beautiful Fanta is. She can cover all she, and she can't fool me.
So, but let me ask you before we go. So Robert just called in to talk about the vibration that Juliet talked about. I only need Robert
wait, like to the point that Tomalin and Robert was trying to post the last time. Women who are covered already get catcalling, all of that. Imagine the ones who wear less clothes. Imagine the curiosity can kill them. So why?
The guy called me today. He called me today up and down laughing. She can cover all she wants. I know she's beautiful. He said, I used to go to New York. I said, I go to the people. I go to the people. Why you think we pay to go to the people to find out what behind there?
No, man. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not cover, my dear. You have a good night.
What are your eyes show? You say, I know she beautiful. She can hide all she wants.
Just like this. That's it.
Guys, hey, Chief, I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna have Dr. Red. The auditor will be here tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, I read one Dr. Red will come in. You know that a review. I read a review of that movie.
They go read their own book. They want to critique that book.
You can't already pushing back on it.
They read their own book.
It's not easy.
Okay, guys, see you tomorrow. Right.
Disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nema County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that's why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in a whole United Party, that President Parker. You want to say that again? the only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Boaga. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Boaga, if all of them were taking the President Boaga and behaving the President Boaga, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Three of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately. Come on, Liberia. Inform them the violence of any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Boaga's administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Boaga's administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this is the renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Boaga's administration begins with this. If they think they will temper on any student in this country or at the university like Liberia and water over impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boaga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boaga presents him as a poor man from Lofa and assert that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Boaga is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Jamaku, young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaku, the major went to I forget that Jamaku. The men just went to Ghana the fit and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun can reach yourself. Kun man, you know, Kun but I want the sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Liberia. But Liberia
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outfits, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages everywhere
you will have lights in the town for children to play, for people to see. I told them every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, B road, all capital. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, we join, we kill Jowia. He killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Jowia, when I go, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me? Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talks about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you, yeah.
We elected 85 irresponsible men what happened to the country. We elected 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.